Upping stakes and going for that dream life in a dream location is always a bold and risky thing to do. But Simon and Carol are going further than most people would dream of. Their move has taken them 400 miles to the Cornish coast. They're starting a new business from scratch, and if that wasn't enough, they're leaving their comfortable family house and making their new home in this rusty 80-foot barge.
5 lanes in Cornwall.
Simon and Carol both took redundancy from their jobs in IT, and 2 months ago used part of this cash to buy the barge for £90,000. It's moored in the sleepy Cornish village of Gweek. Simon and Carol's plan is to transform it into a dream home and use the rest of the redundancy cash to launch a dive charter business. But that's a big change, isn't it, from where you were before?
Massive.
Yeah, huge.
If you're going to make a change, why not make a big one?
You've certainly done that. So tell me what your lives were like back in Cambridge.
Well, we both worked in IT. We were both in quite pressurised, high-tech jobs, you know, the usual air-conditioned office, fluorescent lights, daily grind, half an hour into work, half an hour out, not seeing much of the children.
It was a very stressful environment. You know, the day I opted for redundancy was the first time I turned my mobile phone off in 8.5 years.
So you've left these high-powered IT jobs. What's your business going to be down here?
The intention is to set up a dive charter. The whole coastline is scattered with wrecks and reefs, and will basically be the taxi service to get divers to and from the wrecks.
But first, there's a small matter of a hulking, rusty barge to transform into a family home.
Ooh, Buddy's in the room.
Mind your step.
God, this is a bit of a mess in here, isn't it?
Well, wait till you see downstairs.
It's cluttered. So this is it, home sweet home.
Not yet.
It needs a bit of work, doesn't it?
Well, it's not our taste, it has to be said.
I've never seen so much timber effect in my life.
It's very sort of country pub done bad, isn't it, really?
So you've been in here a few weeks now. I mean, how are you finding it?
We haven't got a bed.
Yeah, we sleep on an airbed on the floor.
We're eating off plastic plates and plastic cups and...
So no bed, no bath. I mean, all the comforts that you would want in life, you guys haven't got.
Well, we always thought it was going to be a bit of an adventure.
The barge was converted into a rudimentary flat by the previous owner, but to transform it into a family home, it needs a complete overhaul. The 2 bedrooms are being used by the kids and are barely habitable. But it's in the front of the barge where the real challenge begins. Simon and Carol hope to transform this dark, derelict former workshop into a luxurious, open-plan kitchen living room. And you really get a feel for being in the underside of a barge, don't you? I mean, you see all the structure and the portholes and everything. So give me a feel of what this space is going to feel like. What's it going to be?
I just want it to feel light and bright and open, a comfortable living space for us with the children.
To achieve their dream of space and light, Carol and Simon plan to rip out everything in this floating rust bucket and start again. The wheelhouse will become an office with 360-degree views of the deck. Down below, in the rear of the barge, there'll be a utility room, a family bathroom, and the master bedroom. The kids' bedrooms will be totally transformed. But it's in the open-plan kitchen living room where they'll blow most of their budget. Its centrepiece will be a hand-built, curved old kitchen. Fantastic. This is great. It's an ambitious plan. After buying the barge, Simon and Carol were left with £70,000. They've earmarked 40 grand to set up the business, leaving just £30,000 to convert the barge and live on until the money from the business starts rolling in.
As far as budget for the project and living costs and that kind of stuff, it's pretty much split down the middle, so we're looking to invest 15 in doing this up, which should be more than doable. It should be to a really nice standard. And the other 15 we're using as a buffer just to live on whilst we get all the work done. We've given ourselves basically 4 months to get the barge up and sorted, totally restored. That's the ideal, and that's going to give us enough time to concentrate on setting the business up.
And if the barge takes too long to renovate, then you're not focusing your attention on the new
Exactly.
business venture, are you?
Yeah.
Therefore, no
Indeed.
income.
No
Absolutely.
income.
I'm still trying to work out whether you're either mad or incredibly brave.
Being a little bit mad probably helps. It helps you take a risk, but it's always going to be a calculated risk.
So this barge has got to be finished with £15,000 by the end of August, and you've got to start earning some income from that new business.
Absolutely.
So with just £15,000, they're hoping to finish the barge in just 4 months. It's a fantastic dream, but setting up a new business is tough enough. Combined with a massive DIY project, it's a truly tall order. I just hope Simon and Carol haven't bitten off more than they can chew. It's been 4 weeks since former IT managers Simon and Carol Morley arrived to start a new life in Cornwall. Their ambitious plan is to renovate this massive 80-foot barge in just 4 months, and then start up a new dive charter business to give them an income to live off. With just £15,000, they've got to install a new bathroom, a utility room, create a kitchen living room in the prow of the boat, and make 2 bedrooms habitable. All the time living on board, and with Simon doing the work himself. With a dog, 2 cats, and 3 kids, it's absolute chaos.
It's basically a building site. We've got timber everywhere, there's pipework everywhere, there's wiring everywhere. We don't have one room which is clean that you can retire to of an evening or anything else. Not good. My mother would not be proud.
Since they moved on board a month ago, Simon and Carol have put all their energy into installing a family bathroom.
It's not been ideal not having a proper bathroom, you know, cleaning your teeth over the sink and actually having to go up the yard to actually have a wash in the showers and the toilet block that are here with the boatyard.
The bathroom's almost complete, but just as Carol's putting the finishing touches to the tiling, down in the engine room, Simon's alarmed to find that the boat's plumbing has sprung a leak.
I've got water peeing in through foam, which shouldn't be down there anyway. What we're thinking is that it's probably connected to the central heating. There's a series of pipes that goes underneath this decking, and I think one of them sprung a leak. But we haven't got a clue which one.
Simon's called in the boatyard plumber to see if he can fix the leak. It quickly becomes clear that the entire plumbing system is a mess. It's dangerous, and the whole lot's got to go.
What we've got is loads of plumbing that we can't get to, we can't see, we don't know what it does, and it just seems to be cobbled together in some sort of weird and wonderful way, which is doing nothing for my confidence.
It's a setback for Simon and Carol. Not only will it cost £1,500 to get it fixed, it'll delay the build by 2 weeks. But Simon and Carol's schedule for this build is so tight, they can't afford any delays. If the barge takes too long to finish, it will leave them no time to launch the dive charter business, which they hope will secure their financial future in Cornwall. Today, Simon's made a small step towards setting up that business. He's invested £4,000 in a spanking new speedboat. This is brilliant. So on your very tight budget, Simon, you've been going out spending money on toys like this, haven't you?
Well, it is a bit of a toy, but this is how I get to my work in the morning.
This is going to be your new transportation to your job every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
So tell us what the new business venture is going to be like.
The business we intend to set up is going to be a dive charter. We'll be able to take 12 divers out at a time. We'll take them out and drop them on a wreck or a reef or something like that. Let them have a swim around and then pick them up and bring them back again.
How much is that going to set you back?
The boat that we're looking at is basically 60,000.
£60,000.
£60,000.
So there was our worry that you were spending your precious budget on a little boat like this, but you're going to buy another one, a bigger one.
We could be overdosing, yeah, but they all have their purpose, it has to be said.
And when does this business have to be set up by?
We need to get the dive boat on the water and making money as soon as possible. We need to crack on getting that done by the end of August.
Simon's new life of cruising to work in these beautiful surroundings should be starting in just 3 months' time. But his family's new life on the barge has already begun, and it's far from beautiful. All the plumbing's been ripped out, and it means their basic kitchen facilities have also got to go. They're now literally camping on the boat.
I have no washing machine, I have no running water, I have to wash up in a bowl in the bath with hot water that I've boiled on a little gas stove. I don't have an oven, so this is probably about as bad as it's going to get for us, really. This has to happen. We have to rip out the grot before we can put the good in.
Simon was hoping to get stuck into the front of the barge next. Instead, he's decided to finish the utility room, so Carol can use it as a temporary kitchen. He's keen to crack on, but he's finding that DIY on a boat takes much longer than DIY on dry land.
Because this is a real old boat, and the whole thing's slightly bent anyway, because that was the design of them. You don't get any straight edges, you certainly don't get any right angles. What it means is you can measure one side and basically cut it to length, and it's never straight. It's a real pain.
Despite the hardships of life on board the barge, the kids love Cornwall. Carol's enrolled 10-year-old Josh and 6-year-old Georgia at the local village school. With just 50 pupils and after-school sailing classes, it's a world away from the life they've left behind.
If we'd have been back in Cambridge now, Josh would probably be playing on a games console or watching the TV, possibly playing at a friend's house, but nothing like this. Yeah, we're so pleased that this is part of his life now, and he looks forward to this every week, you know. So how often do you see a head teacher up to his knees in water? Got fantastic views, just the smell of the seaside, and the water's so clean and so clear, and the beaches are clean, and it just does not get better than this. Worries what worries, it's just all worth it.
After 2 weeks without running water, life on board the barge is also looking up.
Simon, can you just check the cold water pressure in the bathtub, please? We've got Carol.
Yep. Okay. Who's yelling at me and why?
Oh,
Oh, look at that! That's serious water.
There's also progress in the utility room, where Simon's fitted a kitchen. It's only temporary, but after weeks of washing up in the bath and microwave meals, it's luxury for Carol.
hello there.
Hi Carol, there you are.
Hi George.
This must be
How
your
are you?
utility room, is it? Hiding
It
down
is.
here?
Yeah,
This is a bit different from the last time I saw it.
ever so slightly, isn't it? It's got walls now and lights and a sink and everything.
And have you got hot water?
I have got running hot water.
But there's still quite a few things to do, isn't there? I mean, the floor's not finished.
Yeah, there's still stuff to do. As you say, the floor isn't done in here. We also haven't got portholes at the moment. We don't have any windows. And of course the ceiling is still very orange and it will be painted white.
You still get your highly varnished,
Yes.
yellowy, orangey
Orange
timber.
pine special.
And what else has been happening?
The bathroom.
You've
across
got a
the way.
bathroom?
We have a bathroom.
God, this is luxurious, isn't it?
I know. This is very cool.
Look at that. Bath,
We have the
sink,
bath, we have the
toilet.
sink.
But again, there's quite a few things to do, isn't there?
There's
Just
still
little
a few
touches
bits
like
to finish.
this is
yeah.
your door at the moment.
It is, isn't it?
Very
great?
functional,
It works.
flexible.
It's waterproof.
waterproof. Come through to this space. See what's happening through here. Not very much.
Not a lot. No, not so far. We've had a few setbacks in terms of the plumbing and the wiring taking a bit longer than we thought in other spaces, and the kickback on that has been that we haven't started in here yet.
That must be getting to you now, though, surely.
It gets you down sometimes, you know. Waking up in the morning faced with the work still to be done is not an ideal situation for anybody.
And even though things are moving so slowly, can you imagine the finished product?
If I couldn't, we wouldn't be able to keep going. And both of us, we've got a vision in our heads of what we want this to look like. And if we couldn't see that, we honestly wouldn't be able to keep going. Living in these conditions and not being able to see light at the end of the tunnel would not be any fun for anybody.
But the unforeseen problems with the plumbing have set that vision back by a month. They now desperately need to get back on track and start work on the vast room at the front of the barge. They plan to turn it into a luxurious kitchen living room, but first they've got to remove the rust and peeling paint from the metal hull. To make up for lost time, they're splashing £600 of their budget on a sandblaster. After weeks of delays, it's great to get going.
Been grubbing about with engine rooms and plumbing and all sorts of other stuff for too long, so we can do one of the fun rooms now instead of one of the needed rooms. It's going to have the kitchen in it and the living room in it. That's where we're basically going to be spending most of our time. It's certainly where we're blowing most of the budget. It's actually really cool to start work on that. Comes up a treat, doesn't it? Really good. We had to go at this beam. You know, one of those wire brush things on a drill. And it took about half an hour to do that, and you still couldn't get this paint off. And you've done all this in, what, a couple of hours?
Fired up by the progress, Simon's pushing on and is priming the hull to keep it rust-free.
You get this sense that everything is starting to happen. If we can get the galley saloon and then the bedroom sorted, that's it. You know, the back of this project is broken. We can live like civilised people again.
Next day, and there's more progress. Their second-hand cooker has arrived quayside. Simon needs to manoeuvre this half-ton of rusty Rayburn into the barge.
You've done this before, haven't you, mate? The Rayburn is going to go through that hole in the deck, and it's not going to make its own hole to get down below. But yeah, got a proper cooker.
It's a tight fit, but it's berthed safely. But just when things seem to be going well on the build, there's bad news. The Rayburn's supposed to be at the centre of a fantastic hand-built kitchen. But they've just learned work hasn't even started on the kitchen, and they'll have to wait 8 more weeks to get it. With the build behind schedule, Simon and Carol can't afford to wait, and they've cancelled the order. They now need to completely rethink the design of the kitchen living room.
We got let down by the chap who was going to hand build a kitchen for us, which was a bit of a nightmare. So we've had to have a rethink. So we've turned the whole room around again now. Now the galley's going over here, and that's going to be the saloon. So instead of having fitted kitchen units, it's going to be a big curly sofa in the bows.
It's a real shame. I thought that was going to be the real focus of the room when you walked in, that you would see this beautiful handmade kitchen.
Well,
I was looking forward to it.
Well, yeah, but we're going to replace it with something even better. We're just concentrating on this room now, so we should get this done easily within 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
So 2 weeks from now,
2 weeks from now, this will be finished. Yeah. Well, the plans that we've got.
Simon's got a mountain to climb to get this wreck of a room finished in 2 weeks. He's got floorboards to lay, the electrics to install, and walls to clad in wood panelling, not to mention a kitchen to buy and fit. To try and get through it all, Simon's working every waking hour. But 2 weeks come and go, and the kitchen living room's nowhere near complete. Simon and Carol were hoping to have finished most of the barge by now. Soon they'll have to start setting up the dive charter business that will give them the income they need to stay in Cornwall. In a final bid to push this build on, Simon's dad comes down from Cambridge to help out.
When I first saw it, it was a rust bucket. It was a hellhole. I thought, well, no way, no way. Simon has got to be mad. Absolutely stark, raving mad to take on something like this. You can't do anything with this except walk away. And he bought it.
Simon's hoping that with his dad's help, he can get the kitchen living room finished in 4 days. But Dad's an experienced DIYer, and he's about to give his son a reality check.
There's 2 weeks at least, graft-wise, I reckon, minimum. You know, and probably a little bit long with all the other things you've got doing as well.
Yeah, been easier if we didn't have to rush around.
Got to prioritise now. I mean, there's only, even for you, there's only 24 hours in a day.
It's the news Simon's been dreading. With the end date for this build slipping further away, and the start date for the business looming ever closer, he's facing the situation he wanted to avoid. Starting the business while still in the middle of renovating the barge. But they need the income from that business, so it's a deadline Simon can't afford to miss. It's the middle of August in Cornwall. Simon and Carol have been converting this huge barge into their dream home for 4 months now. So far, they've installed a utility room and a bathroom. But the kids' rooms are untouched, and they're still struggling to finish the kitchen living room at the front of the barge. The family's new life here in this beautiful setting depends on a new dive charter business as much as a new home. With just £5,000 to spend on the barge and live on, they need to start earning an income.
What I'm slightly worried about is because of the delays that you've had, it must be costing you more money.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Without question, it's costing us more money.
Yeah.
That's why we've now got to probably step back a little bit from this build and concentrate on the business.
Yeah, it really is.
And bring some
you're going
money
to
back
stop
in.
spending money and actually try and make some money for a change.
That's it, totally, that's it.
But when do you think you're going to get this place sorted out, honestly?
And we don't really want to do anything that's going to compromise setting the business up. So very much, you know, the barge takes second place now around the business. We'll fit doing this up around working the business and getting that off the ground.
Simon's now stopping work on the barge and switching his attention to the business. But the dive season finishes at the end of October, just 10 weeks away. To get the business started, he needs to buy a dive boat. Simon's got a partner in the new business, best friend Spike Abrahams. Simon and Carol set aside £40,000 of their redundancy money for the new business. Their half of the dive boat cost a whopping 30 grand of that.
Top, we got new toys. Oh, it's a cracker, isn't it? He hasn't washed it yet, though. You all right there? Good trip? There's no holes in it, right?
It's the moment they've been waiting for. But there's only 7 weeks of the dive season left, so they need to move fast if they're going to earn any money. Their dive boat will act as a taxi service, ferrying divers to local wrecks. But first they need to find and plot those wrecks. With no time to waste, Simon and Spike are heading straight out to sea. While Simon's setting up the business, Carol's treating the kids to a day out. It's her first trip to the beach since they moved to Cornwall 4 months ago.
You regret not seeing much of Cornwall. I mean, that's the reason for you being here, isn't it?
In a way, it would have been lovely to spend our first summer outside on the beach in the sunshine with an ice cream and a bucket and spade, wouldn't it? It would have been fantastic, but you know, we knew when we took this on that we were coming down here to have to do some serious work.
And have you seen much of Simon as well while he's been doing all this work?
We've kind of been together, but not spending much time together, if you see what I mean. We've both been on the barge, but we've both been working. So, although we've been in the same space, we've not actually spent that much time together as a couple. So again, that's something we're looking forward to. When things calm down a bit, is spending a bit more time together.
I mean, how different do you really see your life when all this is done?
It's totally different now. It's already different. You know, what we're doing now is not 9 to 5. It's not in an office.
But do you not feel unsettled in any way? Because you've gone through such a life change already. To not have your home finished must be a lot of pressure for you.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have the house done. It would be nice to have a bedroom and not have to pick the mattress up off the floor every morning. But I don't feel unsettled, funnily enough. I felt at home here very, very quickly.
It's a massive change in life for you, isn't it? And I was really worried, to be honest, that you were all taking too much on.
Yeah, I can see your point, but would it really be a change of life if it was any less?
Simon and Spike are still busy recceing diving spots for the business. It's going well, and after 10 desk-bound years in a job he hated, Simon's loving his new life on the ocean waves.
This is about as far removed as you can get from running a support operation. It's, you know, it's brilliant. You're looking at a man at his work. It's great.
Life may be great for Simon, but they still have no paying customers. He and Carol are now down to the last £3,000 of their savings. To save money, work on the barge has slowed to a crawl, and Carol's resigned to living in a building site for the foreseeable future. To make the barge more comfortable for the kids, she's bringing their toys out of storage.
But we are disappointed that we haven't got further. We really wanted to go kind of ta-da and show the children a finished room with everything in it. It is disappointing to have to bring their toys on board like this and not do the final flourish that we'd hoped, but I'm sure they'll be just as happy to see their toys.
But a week later, there's great news. Simon and Spike have their first paying customers. A party of 4 divers have booked the boat for the day, and at long last, the business is up and running.
Yeah, cracking the rock.
I feel like I should shake your hand today. Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
It's all coming together, isn't it? It's great.
You get your boat, you get your first day's dive.
Yep. It's this is what we came down to Cornwall to do. It's fantastic.
You must be well chuffed though.
But seriously, it's been an awful lot of hard work and we're still not there yet. But we are well on the way now. So it's nice to see it all basically happening because this is what we came here to do. This is the whole point of coming to Cornwall.
And because it's been so important for you to get the business up and running, has the barge been compromised in any way?
Well, kind of, because work stopped on the barge now, so...
Really? You
yeah.
stopped work completely?
Yeah.
What does Carol think of it?
You know, she thinks the same as I do. It's a real shame that we've not been able to do it, but we've made the right choice in stopping work on the barge to concentrate on the business, because this is what's going to fund it.
They need a lot more customers to make money, but the bookings just don't come in. With their savings running out, the family desperately need another source of income. To make ends meet, Carol's been forced to take a job selling home products door to door. This was never part of the dream for Carol.
Hello. Hello, Mrs. Gregor. Yeah. Hiya. I've got your best wear order.
Oh, brilliant, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Stickler. I've got your order.
Oh, yes, certainly.
She's now struggling on a loan, juggling the kids and a full-time job. The barge is still a total wreck, and Carol's feeling the pressure of holding this dream together.
It is tough at the moment. You know, we are finding it hard as a couple to cope with everything that's being thrown at us at the moment. And it's putting a strain on us, on our relationship personally. Just having to cope with everything not working out the way we'd planned it to, and, you know, having to rejig all our ideas just to keep going. We've pretty much had to stop work on the barge at the minute through lack of funds.
It's the end of October. The 7 weeks are quickly up and the dive season's over. Simon and Spike have given up hope of getting any more bookings and are taking the dive board out of the water until next spring.
The whole problem that we ran into is we didn't get down here and get Spike down here soon enough to really have a fair crack at the whip for this year. We've done all the preparatory work, we've got all the sites, we've dived them all, we know the history, we've got a website, if somebody wanted us to take them out tomorrow, we could do. But, we were just too late in the year.
The dive season may well be over, but a few weeks later, in the run-up to Christmas, it becomes clear it's not all that's ending. When Carol and Simon took on this project to renovate a barge and start a new dive business, I knew it was going to be tough, but what I didn't know until now is just how high a price they'd have to pay in pursuit of their dream. So tell me what the situation is between you and Simon then.
Well, at the moment, we've come to the conclusion that really we're not working towards the same thing anymore. We came down here with really high hopes of everything working out for us, and it hasn't panned out that way, and unfortunately we're going to be splitting up.
When did things start to go wrong? Because this is a huge shock for me, really.
It's hard to pinpoint, really. I think we've been so busy doing things and trying to make things work and make things happen. We've probably missed some signs, to be honest. But really, over the last few weeks, we've kind of, sat down and made the time to talk it through and realised that it's just not working for us anymore.
I'm amazed at how well you seem to be dealing with this. With everything that you're going through, it's incredible, really.
I won't deny there've been some tears on both sides. It's not an easy thing to deal with, but I have to be strong. I have to be strong. I have no choice, I have children to look after, I have a job to do, and I have a barge to complete. I have to be strong. The bottom line is there is only me to make it happen now, and so I'm going to. That's me. I am a strong person, and I have been the driving force behind a lot of the things that Simon and I have achieved in our marriage, and so now I'm just going to have to drive myself instead of both of us. That's the way it has to be.
Well, with that strength and that drive, you deserve to make this work.
Thank you.
You really do, and I hope you do it.
Yeah, thanks.
I really do.
Simon might be gone, but Carol's determined to finish this barge, come what may. But it's still largely a building site. To push things on, she's pouring every spare penny from her job into the barge. She's hired local builders to help her finish some of the work. But money's still desperately tight, and Carol's doing everything else herself, working every hour she can to drive this build forward.
I'm not compromising anymore, and I've taken the decision to cut back on the frills in life and pour every penny I've got into making this work. And eventually, hopefully, this is going to be a fantastic home for me and the kids.
It's now March, and since Simon and Carol split 5 months ago, she's been battling to turn this wreck into a family home.
She's had very, very little money and 3 kids to support, but throughout, she's refused to give up. I've been amazed by her determination to keep going under such pressure, and I want to see if she's managed to create the dream home I think she deserves. Hi, Carol, how are you?
Oh, okay, how are you?
See you very,
Nice to see you again.
Very good. It looks great out there, doesn't it? Hello there. The deck looks fantastic.
It's looking very good, isn't it?
Nicely
All painted and
deck chairs
yeah.
outside.
Progress definitely being made.
But what does it look like downstairs?
Come and have a look.
Below deck.
2 months ago, the whole family were living in this grotty room, but it's now a cosy bedroom for Carol.
Carol, this is great, isn't it?
I'm really pleased with this room.
So what does it feel like having your own bedroom now?
It's fantastic. It's so nice after all that time of no walls, no door, no privacy, not even a proper bed, to actually be able to come in here at night, shut the door and get in a bed.
Oh, Carol, this looks great. What a difference.
This was the hardest room to imagine because it was completely empty when we started.
And look at it now, it's fantastic.
I always knew Carol would finish this barge, but I'm amazed at what she's achieved on a very limited budget. The Shaker-style kitchen works well, and the detailing is simple but effective. The kids' rooms are unrecognisable. They're still small, but the colour scheme makes them feel fun and welcoming.
So is this barge as good as you thought it would be?
Yes, I'm so pleased and proud with how it's come out. This is what I had in my head. It was a bit of a leap of faith, but yeah, this is exactly what I wanted.
So how much did the renovation work cost you?
It's cost us around about £20,000 in the end. That was about £5,000 over our initial estimate, but I don't think it's an unreasonable amount to have spent to have achieved what we've achieved.
Well, I think you should be proud of yourself because since Simon left, you have pushed this build forward and created your family home. It's incredible.
It's meant a lot of early mornings and a lot of late nights, but boy, was it worth it.
When I left Carol 2 years ago, she was facing an uncertain future. She moved to Cornwall to create a better life with her family. And while she succeeded in turning the barge into a lovely home, it came at a high price. I've come back to Gweek to see how she's coped as a working mother of 3 who's had to build her dream on her own. When I last saw Carol, she transformed a working barge into the home she'd always dreamed of. But that process put so much pressure on her and her husband that tragically it led to their divorce. But it's 2 years on, and I've come back to Cornwall to see how Carol and her children have fared going it alone. 2 years?
I know.
You well?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
How have you settled into life in the boatyard?
Oh, it's fantastic. I wouldn't live anywhere else now.
Because I was worried that you might not really settle in after all the sort of disruption in your life of moving and moving to somewhere completely different and on a barge. So.
It's like an old-fashioned community here, it really is. There's always someone that will help you if you've got a problem or if something needs fixing and you don't have the skill to fix it yourself. There's always someone that can. I don't think we ever, but any of us, pay for any help with anything. We just ask each other. You know, I came in from completely outside and they've taken me and the children in and made us feel really welcome.
And so how are the kids finding it?
Kids love it, absolutely love it. They've got more freedom here than they ever had before, you know, because they've got this whole boatyard to play in, this is their playground.
Morning, Steve. Morning, you all right, mate? How's it going?
It sounds like you've really found somewhere that you belong.
I've found my spot, definitely. This is my niche, this is my corner. I couldn't imagine living anywhere else from here now.
And tilt a bit, and look at the smile on your face as well. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it is. It's like that all the time here. You know, you just don't see many sad faces.
The last time I saw Carol, she was struggling to make ends meet as a door-to-door saleswoman. But she said goodbye to her exhausting old job and now works as a teaching assistant at her daughter's primary school.
It's just brilliant. I'm with the children all day. I love what I do. I'm the lunchtime supervisor. and then I look after a little special needs boy in the afternoon. It's just brilliant.
What do you feel about what you've achieved here?
This is the life that I was really hoping to find when I came down here. And I couldn't be more pleased that we were right, that we made the right decision to stay after things went wrong. You know, the kids went through a lot. Their dad did go in the middle of the process, and they've had to adjust to being away from everything they've ever known, all their family and all their other friends. So they've achieved a lot as well, and we've come through it together.
After everything they've been through, I'm so pleased that Carol's children are now enjoying their new life.
So what are your most favourite things about living in Cornwall?
Probably being near the sea and being able to sail with like normal clubs and things.
What about you, Josh?
Just being able to do things that I wouldn't have been able to do if I stayed up in Cambridge. I like surfing, going to the beach, sailing. It's all amazing.
With the family settling in so well, the future looks good for the Morleys. And it seems that the last 2 years has given Carol time to reflect on her past with Simon.
So Carol, just how difficult were things after the separation?
It was pretty tough, actually. We'd had some problems in the past, and we thought that by moving away and changing our life, we attributed some of the problems to the lifestyle we were leading, the long hours, the fact that we never saw enough of each other. What we thought were situational problems turned out to be deeper than that, and we weren't able to overcome them.
But after experience something as difficult as that, I mean, where did you get the strength from to keep going?
From the kids, I think, and knowing that if I didn't find the strength from somewhere, they would be the ones that suffered.
Carol's strength and resilience is remarkable, especially as she's achieved her dream on her own. And now she's found someone to share it with.
So, I understand that you've got some news to tell me.
I have. I got a new man.
You got a new man?
I got a new man.
That's good.
He's lovely. He's an absolute sweetheart. He works on the boatyard where I live.
What's his name?
Gary.
Gary.
Yeah. I started taking him out cups of tea when he was working, and it got from tea to tea and a chat to tea and a longer chat to why don't you come in for your tea? And
I don't want to know anymore.
History.
I don't want to know anymore. What happened when you finished the tea? Keep that to yourself. So, Carol, what are your plans for the future then?
I want to buy another barge and do it all again.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not kidding at all.
Why is that?
Because I learned a lot from doing Plasticlass, but the bottom line is there are some unhappy memories associated with it, and there's no hard feelings between Simon and I, but it would be nice to move on completely and do it again.
And Carol, what do you think you've learned about yourself after all this?
I think I learned that not to be afraid of a challenge. Just hit it head on and run with it. You never know where it'll take you.
Has all of this been worth it?
I wouldn't change a thing. Not a thing. You heard it.
I have so much admiration for Carol. After everything she's been through, she's so much stronger. And she's discovered that a home is far more than just four walls. It's a place where you're welcomed, where you feel you belong, and most importantly, a place you share with the people you love. That is what building a dream home is really about. It can be a difficult and emotional journey, but for Carol and the kids, it's all been worth it.
1 year ago, we followed the stories of 6 historic buildings, each crumbling and at risk of being lost forever. 6 brave new owners made a commitment to save them, attempting to transform them into their dream home.
Well, she found it.
But there was more to rescuing these incredible buildings than anyone imagined.
I don't think we'd ever buy another listed building. Ever.
With architectural expert Kieran Long and historian Dr. Kate Williams, we've not only been following the restoration of these magnificent buildings, we've dug deep into their history and uncovered some extraordinary stories.
One thing led to another, and they murdered her in this hall somewhere.
Now we're going back to discover what happened to these buildings and their owners, 1 year on. Today, we're revisiting two of our great restoration projects. Stoke Hall was the grandest of them all. Nutbourne Pumping Station, the most controversial. 1 year on, we'll discover what new stories have come to light, what new work has been completed,
What an extraordinary room this is.
and just what it's like living in our restoration homes.
I still get exactly the same buzz that we got when we first moved in.
Glad we're doing this. I'm glad we live here.
Our first restoration story is Stoke Hall, a 30-room Georgian mansion in the Peak District National Park in Derbyshire. When our cameras first arrived, its future had been dangling by a thread for decades. A leaking roof and widespread dry rot had been eating away at the building for years. At risk of being lost was the original 18th century decor, which gives the hall a Grade 2 star listing, which means it's a building of special historic interest, and all plans must be approved by the heritage bodies. Saving such a building with its rare and ornate interiors was going to be not just difficult, but also incredibly expensive. It was in need of a saviour with deep pockets. In stepped Steve and Natalie Drury and their children, Tom and Laura. They bought Stoke Hall in 2009 after a search for their perfect family home.
This one was the one we loved. This was the house. So this was going to be our home.
This was the house to bring the family up in?
Yeah, yes, definitely.
Steve and Natalie started life together in a 3-bed semi, but since then, Steve's become a self-made millionaire with a successful business supplying high-tech products to the energy industry. Full-time mum Natalie is also from a modest background. Her dad's a plumber. They hope Stoke Hall will be their home for life.
You do get a very good feel when you drive over the hill and you can see it in the distance and you see the striped lawns. You do think, yeah, actually, you've done well.
Stoke Hall's last owner had started to restore parts of the building, but sadly, he died with work still in progress. Steve and Natalie paid £2.5 million just to buy Stoke Hall and knew the restoration wasn't going to come cheap.
We're looking to spend £4 million in total, an extra £1.5 million over what we bought.
The rooms they plan to transform include one on the first floor, with an original ceiling, earmarked to be the master bedroom. The 1980s kitchen, which faced a total revamp, and the 2 ground floor rooms on the south side of the house, with their spectacular Georgian decor.
This is the room that gives me the most apprehension about the house. I'm used to the painted walls and the plain ceilings and quite modern light. So when I first came in this room, I thought, oh my goodness. I don't think we'd ever take anything away from the house. The house it's amazing. But we just want to make it more ours, more of a home.
While Steve and Natalie started their work to make it a home, our architectural expert, Kieran Long, started his investigation to uncover more about the building.
So it's a just simply beautiful, old Georgian mansion in the landscape. A really, really, really beautiful Palladian villa in Derbyshire.
It was clear it had been built with appearances in mind.
You arrive from the south and you see the corner of the building. And all of the money, all of the design effort is spent on making those 2 facades as impressive as they can be, making the building seem perhaps more grand than it is.
Whilst it is impressive on the outside, it's what's on the inside that makes it so unique.
Wow. This is an incredible room. The fire surrounders are really high quality, I think. This is timber carving, and whoever did this is a very fine craftsman.
Two other features of the fireplace suggest it was inspired by someone with rather racy artistic tastes.
There's a pair of young men made of plaster who look somehow like they're in a kind of ecstasy, running their hands through their hair. And this guy seems to have a moustache. It's like, it looks like a footballer or a 70s porn star, I'm not sure which.
But who was it who commissioned these interiors and built this house? Kieran needed to do more digging to find out. To do justice to such quality interiors, Steve put together a band of highly skilled local craftsmen to lovingly restore each detail. This small team soon became part of the household.
They love having the workmen here, Tom especially, because he likes to help them. And Laura likes them to be here because she's a little bit bossy.
You have to work extra hard, or you're fired.
Some work moved ahead quickly. Up on the leaking roof, £150,000 worth of urgent repairs had finally made it watertight. But inside, work was not moving as fast. The Grade 2 star listing, which recognised Stoke Hall's architectural and historical importance, also meant all plans had to be approved by the conservation bodies. They do their best to protect our heritage, but their views don't always coincide with those of the owners.
Everything's ready, but we can't cut the wood to size because we don't know how high the floor is going to be, what kind of floor it's going to be yet. We have to wait for a decision to be made. So we're in limbo land, really, at the moment for this room.
And it wasn't just in the Georgian rooms that decisions were out of their hands. Even replacing the 1980s vinyl floor tiles in the kitchen needed approval by the conservation body. Steve and Natalie wanted a polished limestone floor.
They think it should be flagstones because that's what would have been down.
Putting the flags down will just make it feel really cold and, you know, I really think it would totally change the dynamic of it and it would really, really upset me, to be fair.
Agreement on restoration plans is often a matter of negotiation, but with work stalled and so many decisions still to be resolved, the stress was taking its toll on Natalie.
We've never owned a listed building before. And if we did have to sell this house for whatever reason, and it would not be our choice, I don't think, but if we did, I don't think we'd ever buy another listed building. Ever. So.
While Steve and Natalie were deep in negotiations over listed building consent, incredibly, at the other end of the country, the owners of our second building had no such problems with their plans. That's because, despite being a part of our nation's industrial heritage, Nutbourne Pumping Station in West Sussex had never been listed. In its day, it had been a building that pumped fresh water to the surrounding population, but by the 1970s it was defunct. Unused and neglected, it soon became a wreck. Who on earth wanted to make it their home?
Hello, my name is Nick Sweet, and this is my wife.
Hello, my name's Bridget, and we bought Nutbourne Pumping Station.
With their 5-year-old twins, Francesca and Willem, they wanted to turn this large industrial building into a family home.
Nobody's ever used it as a home, and that's why I feel that it's easier to make it into a home because you're not following anybody else's design.
To transform the building, Nick had his own professional expertise to draw on. He's a partner in an international urban design consultancy. Computer-generated images showed how the building might look as a home, and there was no sentimental attachment to its former life as a pumping station.
The notion of keeping some sort of twee pump in the middle of the room or hoist in the ceiling out of some deferential reference to the original use of the building is stupid, as far as I'm concerned.
As the pumping station wasn't a listed building, Nick and Bridget had full planning permission for the conversion. Bought for £260,000, their further £400,000 budget included the removal of all the pumping machinery and the installation of a new concrete floor over the old basement. To maximise space, the industrial staircase and walkway would be stripped out. The old water filtration tanks at the back would become bedrooms.
It's going to be lovely. And there won't be any stairs, you know, it's like a giant bungalow. Don't tell him I said bungalow, he'd die.
And up on the roof of his giant bungalow, Nick planned to install solar panels to create a carbon-efficient home.
We quite like the idea of going nil-bill, you know, where you have no gas bills, no power bills, you know, ultimately and potentially no water bills. You just get the council tax, which is, I suppose, unavoidable.
With his modern eco-technologies, Nick hoped to turn the pumping station into a 21st century groundbreaking nil-bill home. But when it was built back in the 1930s, the pumping station's machinery was equally groundbreaking. Its pumps and filters were instrumental in the fight against a terrible killer, typhoid. At the turn of the century, contaminated water sources led to the death of huge numbers of people. Buildings like Nutbourne Pumping Station were to change all that, bringing safe, clean water to the local population. Our historian, Kate Williams, uncovered evidence that the opening day was a grand VIP event.
We found the pictures of the day. Lord Leconfield, the Lord Lieutenant of the county, is coming to see the pumping station open. So this is a marvellous moment. And this is my favourite. Lord Leconfield is turning on the tap. The first drop of clean, pure water that is safe to drink. It would revolutionise society, revolutionise health, infant mortality would drop, the pumping station, the saviour of Nutbourne.
And it was felt that such a modern, revolutionary building should be built in the modern architectural style. The 1930s was a heyday for British architecture and design, giving us the BBC's Broadcasting House, Battersea Power Station, the iconic red telephone box, and stations like Cockfosters on London's Piccadilly line, opened in 1933, where our architectural expert Kieran went to investigate.
We're in exactly the world of Nutbourne Pumping Station here. We're in the world of the early 30s, municipal modern, if you like.
Architectural details at Cockfosters have uncanny echoes of the pumping station. From the shape of the handrails to the design of the skylights.
These buildings are really, really important to Britain's architectural heritage, and they demonstrate that in the 30s we really had an idea of civic pride in infrastructure. The way that the water was pumped to and from houses was something that people were proud of. It's amazing technology that we can do it at all. And so they almost built monuments to that.
One person who was incredibly proud of this building was the engineer resident at Nutbourne for over a quarter of a century, Mr. Brown. His widow, Marjorie, is one of the few people who remembers it as a working pumping station.
Oh, my goodness me. Oh, I can't believe it could be so different. Look at it.
Her late husband maintained all the machinery until the pumps fell silent in the 1970s.
Gosh. So quiet. Yet it was always noisy, alive, if you like, with the noise of the pumps and everything.
Marjorie will never forget the pride her husband took in this building.
You could have eaten your meal off the floor. It was all clean, beautiful. All the handrails were all cream and it was just almost spotlessly clean. And now it's just a wreck. Sad, isn't it? How anything can deteriorate like this.
But Marjorie believed the past was the past and that Nick and Bridget's restoration plans were just what the building needed.
I don't think it does matter if everything goes. It's much better that it should be something totally different than see it in this sad and sorry state.
And it was just as well, because 2 weeks later, the demolition boys were in. "15 tons of seriously heavy pumping machinery was dismantled and lifted out of the building. And the pumping station's past was carried off to be reincarnated at the scrapyard. Whilst Nick and Bridget were junking many of its original features, 200 miles away, Steve and Natalie were striving to save every last surviving detail at Stoke Hall. And there had been good news. 5 months in, and after weeks of delay, the conservation body had approved the plans for their floors.
We've been told we can put oak all the way through, we can take that pine up, so now we can start doing these 2 rooms.
And the 1980s vinyl floor in the kitchen could also be replaced. But Steve and Natalie weren't to get their polished limestone floor. It had to be black slate instead.
They did agree to the black slate. Not exactly what we wanted, but...
So we either wait 3 months and argue about the floor we want, or we find a compromise. So, we compromised.
I thought it was about time I paid them a visit.
Steve and Natalie have been working on their house for months now, so I'm going to go inside and find out how they're coping with this massive, massive refurbishment.
But first, I found out they were going to be coping with a little extra something too.
Natalie's expecting a baby, and by November we'll have filled another one of the bedrooms.
Congratulations. That's really fantastic.
But with just 4 months till the baby was due, it wasn't looking like Steve and Natalie would be in their new master bedroom by that deadline.
This is the ceiling that's been causing you all the grief, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Weren't sure if it's going to stay up.
Really?
Yeah.
There's still a long way to go, isn't there, Natalie?
Do you know... I mean, it looks that way. It looks that way if you look around and you see the exposed stonework and everything, but it's going to be fine. It's going to be absolutely fine.
Is that fear? Is that hysteria?
Saving precious interiors like these is a mammoth task, but Natalie has never known who chose them originally. So who might have lived in Stoke Hall 250 years ago?
I imagine they'd be very well-to-do, maybe, you know, aristocracy sort of thing, you know, Lord of the Manor, had to go and open garden fetes or something like that, you know.
But our historian, Kate, had discovered that contrary to Natalie's suspicions, the man who'd built their mansion wasn't an aristocrat at all. He was a man of the cloth, a Reverend John Simpson. She traced his origins to the country parish of Babworth in Nottinghamshire, 30 miles from Stoke Hall.
Here's our man. Within the family vault of this church are deposited the remains of the Reverend John Simpson, late of Stoke Hall in the county of Derby.
John Simpson was a member of the English gentry who, in the 18th century, were on their way up the social ladder. He made a very good marriage to the granddaughter of English naval hero Admiral Benbow, and inherited Stoke Hall estate as part of his marriage settlement. In the 1750s, the up-and-coming Reverend built his fashionable new mansion, Stoke Hall. But who designed the house was still a mystery. Architects often leave a telltale signature of their work, and Stoke Hall had given Kieran a great lead.
To me, the biggest clue is this kind of central arch surround to the main central bay of the facade. You know, just the way that geometrically the arch interacts with these kind of drapery-like surrounds on the sides of the window. You know, there's something very geometrically pleasing about that. That doesn't happen by accident.
The hunt was on to find the same detail on another mid-18th century building. In the library of the Royal Institute of British Architects, Kieran found an astonishing link. It was in a book by 18th century architect James Payne, whose latest house designs were the talk of Georgian high society.
This is almost identical to the window surrounds on the exterior of Stoke Hall.
And it's the designer Payne and builder Booth who connect Stoke Hall to one of the grandest houses of all. Chatsworth, just a few miles away.
What we have down the road is one of the most important houses in this country or any other country, Chatsworth, which Payne and Booth were involved in. So it's a great discovery that Stoke Hall has this link with one of the greatest works of architecture in the country.
So it seems the Reverend Simpson had been inspired by the big house up the road. And 250 years later, his stunning interiors at Stoke Hall were proving to be a huge challenge in Stephen Natalie's restoration plans. Countless coats of paint needed to be very delicately removed. As a test, the cornice above one of the doors was encased with a chemical stripper to see if it stood up to having 2.5 centuries of paint removed in one go.
It should come off like with the paper and strip all the paint off. We shall have a look. You've got to be very careful.
If things went wrong, the Reverend's precious interior was at risk of being damaged even further.
That's right down to the original plaster. On this piece here, it's not damaged anything, so I'm not as nervous now.
It was still going to be a huge job to reveal all the decorative detail in this extraordinary room. And whilst careful restoration of the plasterwork was being carried out at Stoke Hall, down at the pumping station, 2 weeks of demolition had come to an end. By the time I went back, all evidence of the pumping station's former life had vanished.
Well, this is a bit different, isn't it? Isn't it? This is looking absolutely awesome.
With so much flexible space, the debate about the layout had started, and Bridget had won the first battle.
So in here... And then in here, there's the kitchen.
Very good.
And then that's the new back door going out into the garden.
That's fantastic,
Yeah.
isn't it? With
Because it's opened
family
it up.
life,
Exactly.
you can get out, get
Yeah.
the children out. Good
It was
weather.
the other way round.
Oh, was it?
Yes, and I kept saying I wanted the kitchen by the back door. So
Yeah.
change that.
Got to have it.
But Nick decided no, we were going to have it there. And then Vivian, the interior designer, first thing she came down and said, "Why are you having the kitchen at the front and not by the back door?" So now we're having it.
Whilst there were differences of opinion downstairs...
Oh, I say.
You're right.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
Up on the roof,
It's quite sound, actually.
it was all Nick's world.
Wow.
This is an area of opportunity for us now that it's all been fixed and laid, in that we can retrofit the photovoltaic array up here.
What are you talking about?
Do you know solar cells?
Yeah.
OK. We generate enough energy up here through solar cells with about 1/3 of the roof area to sort out the needs of the house. And then on the other 2/3 in the remaining area, we can generate electricity and feed it back into the grid. So in the end, we get no bills, ever, for anything.
You love all that stuff, don't you, Nick? It
good.
makes you so happy, doesn't it?
I would say smug more than happy, actually.
A few weeks later, and the inside of the building was coming together. For the first time, the family could see what it would be like as a home. There was even a new addition to the family, a gigantic puppy called Mulligan. And there had been a slight change of heart, too. Nick and Bridget had decided to hang on to some of the original features after all. They had planned to replace the old teak windows and doors with aluminium versions, but not now.
We were going to lose them. They were heavily varnished. And Tony, our blessed site manager who knows everybody, found someone who could bring them back to life.
This is one of the original handles on the front door.
Oh, right, OK.
They dip it to get it back to clean, and then they just polish it up, they just buff it right up.
It's beautiful.
For Bridget, it was a small but significant gesture to their building's proud origins.
Those wonderful people who made this building, I think they put a lot of care into it. They didn't have to use something as stunning as this. And it would have been a shame to replace it with something 21st century that wasn't quite so beautiful.
Whilst cutting-edge techniques such as spray plastering were putting the finishing touches on the pumping station's interior, over at Stoke Hall, the slow, traditional methods of lime plastering adding time and money to the schedule. Just to replaster the study cost a whopping £8,000.
If it was in a modern situation, it'd be the huge, great big sheets of plasterboard, and then it'd just be a skim, and it'd all be done in a day. Whereas this takes up to a week to do a wall.
And there were some other noticeable changes in the Drury household.
His hair's all puffed up. Don't it puffed up?
This is our newborn, Stanley. Just to make it a little bit more interesting, restoring a house, working full-time, having a hectic life with the kids. Really have an additional baby to look after, just to fill those hours between 10 and 6, which aren't filled at the moment.
But with one project delivered on time, it was clear the restoration project was going to stretch on well beyond the Christmas 2010 deadline. But on my last visit, Steve and Natalie had finished lots of rooms.
Lovely to see you.
My tour started in the old 1980s kitchen.
Do you want to have a look?
Really?
You may.
Thank you very much. Yay, this is fantastic!
It had been transformed into a light, modern family kitchen. A whole series of other family rooms had been completed. And one of the original Georgian rooms had been spectacularly finished. Steve's home study had been fully restored.
Oh, this is completely different. This had mud on the floor.
There was nothing on the walls were just bare stone.
Go and sit in the chair.
Yeah, right.
Come on.
Okay. Ready to take bank managers.
This is a huge desk. This is like a ship's desk. This is a drawer.
It's a drawer with my secret button in.
Am I about to explode, Mr. Bond?
And
I have to say, I didn't expect that to happen.
Just like Stoke's first owner, the 21st century one liked to live in some style. His state-of-the-art desk didn't come cheap.
It's quite a complicated bit of kit, so what did it cost?
It cost over £10,000. So.
But Reverend Simpson's ornate drawing room was still giving them the biggest headache.
He's costing you a fortune, isn't he? Because it's all his stuff that needs to be renovated, isn't it?
Yeah, perhaps it is expensive, but perhaps that's where the value of the house is as well. Because we understand a lot of the history now, I think doing it right is what matters, and we're not quite ready to fully decide what colours and...
Before we commit to colours, we need to research it a little bit more, don't we?
We do, yeah.
Steve and Natalie weren't finished, but they were well on their way to returning their Georgian mansion back to a family house. It's now 1 year on, and Steve and Natalie's team of craftsmen are still on the job, 2.5 years after they first arrived on site.
You can get a big company in, I suppose, and then be done in so many months. But I mean, here we've tried to go about things quite a bit more particular. Quite a lot of patience has had to go into it in doing individual things, but then you can see the rewards afterwards, like, really.
John Bacon has repointed every inch of the house's walls.
I love this. This is my favourite thing. They all think I'm balmy, but I love doing this. I'm quiet away from them all. In my little corner pointing away, but they all think it's boring, but I love this bit.
I feel lucky to work here, and I do feel proud of it coming together, and because in a way especially some of the more decorative rooms I've been able to work on, it gives you an idea of how it would have looked originally, and obviously it's going to be like that for a long time as well.
Being a listed building, they won't let them knock it about in the future, so I have put my name on the back of a lot of panels, my name, my date of birth and where I live, so in years to come somebody will say, "Blooming heck, Steve Birds, he only lived down the roads."
And there have been some other developments with the Drury family too.
Big piece of news is that we're expecting another baby, so number 4.
We're looking forward to it. I think that we've still got 8 bedrooms, so we've got the space.
But no more.
But no more.
No more.
No, that's it.
Since the programme went out, some fascinating stories have come out of the woodwork.
We had some lovely letters, didn't we? We had lovely letters from quite a few different people. People who grew up here, just saying how much, it brings back memories for them and what they remember, which was really interesting and really lovely, and to see what it was like, all those years ago.
And some of the responses have brought incredible treasures to light. When one lady saw the programme, she got in touch with Steve and Natalie and was able to do more than just describe her childhood memories at Stoke Hall. Remarkably, she was able to show them.
I remember very happy days there. That is my governess, who came in 1934 when I was 3 years old, housemaid here, £18 per annum. And the person who was with us a very long time was the butler. His name was Todd. He got paid £6, 16 shillings and 8 pennies a month. Not a week, a month. I think it's wonderful that they are going to try and make a family home of it. That will be great.
Someone else who felt compelled to get in touch with Steve and Natalie was Sue Hunt. Her grandparents bought the hall in the 1950s, and she had grown up there until the age of 18. Sue still lives in the area, and driving past one day, she realised someone new was now caring for the hall.
One of the first things I noticed was that for the first time since I can remember being there, they'd actually mown the lawns correctly, and it was in stripes, just how my great-uncle used to do it when he kept all the gardens. I thought, this is it, I have to get in touch with these people to thank them for taking it on and hopefully restoring it to its former glory.
I'm Natalie.
And I'm Sue.
Sue arranged to meet Natalie and see inside the hall for the first time in decades.
Now it's all altered, yes. This was the cloakroom.
The interiors may have changed, but the memories are still strong.
Ah, yes, you've still got the staircase and the banisters that I used to slide down.
Really?
It's a welcome discovery for Natalie and a trip down memory lane for Sue.
My goodness.
And that's Nanan, just dressed to go to the Hunt Ball at Chatsworth.
I'm looking in.
Yes. Well, that's it. It was still all there under everything that happened to it.
Yeah.
It's just taken me back to my childhood, and it's just wonderful. It really is. Yes. I can't believe that they're managing to restore it all. I think it's fantastic. Yes. It's been wonderful.
It does make you think, oh, you know, I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad we live here. It makes you appreciate it a bit more.
In 20 years' time, some of our kids might be bringing grandkids, and they'll be reliving stories about how they fell in the river here or went fishing there. That's where they built the tree house. And you know, that'd be a nice legacy for our children to have the same feeling towards the house as the other older people that we've seen that lived here when they were young.
Kieran will be going back to Stoke Hall to find out how the restoration work has been coming along. But first, it's back to the pumping station. 1 year ago, on my last visit, Nick and Bridget had finished its monumental conversion. From hopeless wreck to family home.
It's amazing! It is, isn't it? We're done. We're nearly, anyway.
I thought I was going to really miss the brickwork, but it looks fantastic, doesn't it?
It looks much better.
Oh, you've done it! Well done!
But it was inside that the transformation was greatest. When you opened the front door at the start, this was the view that greeted you. Work all completed, this was how it looked.
Yes! It is amazing!
The first space is broken up by bookcases to make two separate areas.
So that's a sort of evening sitting fire.
Yeah.
And then another bookcase here.
It's got the kids' art and kids' books and things.
And so this is your...
Well, that's where the kids do their... Actually, they don't do their homework there.
So they're meant to do their homework.
But, you know, in years to come, that's where they will.
The kids' playroom was where the pumps had once been, giving plenty of play space for a couple of 6-year-olds and a big, friendly dog. In the second large space at the back was the finished kitchen and dining area. Who'd have thought those muddy filtration tanks at the back of the building could become bedrooms like these?
Come see the plant then.
Thank you.
And who'd have thought I'd volunteer for another seminar with techno wizard Nick to find out exactly how he'd created his nil-bill home. It's all to do with harnessing the energy of the sun with his array of solar cells on the roof. And remarkably, by using the pumping station's original 90-metre deep boreholes to heat water for free.
Down there, it's a lot warmer than it is up here.
Okay, good. This is it.
Gotcha,
Okay,
right.
yeah.
So if you run a loop of water, you pump it through, recirculate it, you pick up all that warmth, and what this machine does, it extracts the warmth. The first 10 degrees of heating your water comes via that process.
Does Bridget ever come down here, Nick?
And she does. She does to do one thing.
Yeah, what?
To read this meter, this meter here, which is... this is the ladies' meter, this one. Because what this does, all this one does is shows how much power we've generated.
Selling that power back to the national grid will turn it into earnings for Nick and Bridget. And coming in at just £10,000 over their £400,000 budget, this house has been a great success for the Sweets. It's now 1 year on. Nick, Bridget and their 2 children have been living in the pumping station for the last 12 months. So has their very spacious and very eco-family home remained a success?
So how's life been in the past year?
It's been wonderful. It took a while to get used to the open spaces. There's a lot of dancing goes around in the opens because we feel the need to fill it. It's made life a lot easier, and there's less arguments in this house than there were at the other houses, because there's just more space and we've expanded into it.
Techno whiz Nick was determined to make this an eco 21st century home, but has it paid off?
I made this smug boast in the first programme about the performance on the building in terms of the earning potential, and the fact that what we were looking to do was to earn money such that that covered all of the bills that you would otherwise have on the building. And it does. Last summer, good example, we got an energy bill for a 3-month period for £112, and the same week we got a cheque for £1,600 in the same week.
So Nick's eco dreams have been fulfilled. But this restoration home did cause a certain amount of controversy.
There's been a lot of response about what we did, and it's very interesting because it's polarised. You know, there are some people who are obviously very passionate, very keenly interested in heritage issues, who took the view that we should have kept a lot of the pumps and the equipment and that sort of thing. Obviously, we didn't take that view. We were converting a building that had lost its purpose, and I think that was the theme that we took.
We did it our way. Lots of people would have done it another way. You know, everybody's different, and I think we're very happy with what we've got.
And it's not just Nick and Bridget who are happy with the result. The pumping station is now an award-winning building.
And it won the Sussex Heritage Trust Award, and then it went in for the British Homes Awards, and it got a commendation in that. And that was a sort of confidence boost for us that we really had done the right thing, because nobody likes criticism. So I think that it really confirmed in our minds that we'd done the right thing.
And there was one other person who agreed a transformation was required. The old pump master's widow, Marjorie Brown.
I'd love to see Mrs. Brown. She was just so encouraging. She was so up for us changing the use and making it into a home.
And also just to take her views, now that we've done the work that we've done, on whether we did the right thing. She'll probably say it's dreadful,
Don't
but
like it.
you know, it'd be nice to get around and see, actually. Yeah.
But what will she think of Nick and Bridget's conversion of the place she remembers as a working water pumping station?
What a difference. Yeah, what a difference. Very light and bright, isn't it?
The inside has altered beyond recognition since Marjorie's last visit.
I remember more of that wall. There used to be steps up and you used to be able to walk along the top.
And it's not quite the sort of house Marjorie is used to.
I suppose for young people it's got certain attraction, if you like that sort of thing. Can't see how it could have been kept the way it was, but it's It's done very well, hasn't it?
It seems after her tour of inspection, Marjorie has given Nick and Bridget's new home her seal of approval.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, it's Marjorie, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Don't get up, don't get
But
up.
what does she think Mr. Brown would have thought of the suite's new home?
I think he would be pleased to see it the way it is. I think it's been done very well, and I think he would appreciate just the finished article.
Nick and Bridget started with a rusty, cavernous industrial building, but they now have a light, spacious, 21st century family home. But a spanner has been thrown into the works after the suite's 2 children recently changed to a new school. It's one that's much further away.
Bridget came back from the first day of the school run and said, we're going to have to move. I said, oh, really? I've just spent 2 years, with all the guys, sorting this place out, and here we are, and we're settled in, and now we're moving, are we? Want to?
Whilst the family's future at the pumping station may be uncertain, what is certain is that for now they are loving every moment of the home they created.
It's amazing. It's more than what I ever hoped for. It's just a very uplifting place to be. Really chuffed.
When I come home from work, I still get exactly the same buzz that we got when we first moved in. That extraordinary, thrilling feeling. And I think it's a remarkable building.
For our last look at Stoke Hall, Kieran is heading back to catch up with Steve and Natalie to find out if they have got any further in the restoration of their 30-roomed Georgian mansion.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Kieran.
How are you?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Hi, Natalie.
Hello.
Great to see you.
On our last visit, Steve and Natalie still had no master bedroom. It had been a headache from the start. The walls had been tied together to prevent a collapse. The precious original ceiling had been held in place by acro props. It was in such a perilous state there were fears it might never be saved. But that was then. Just look at it now.
What an extraordinary room this is.
Steve and Natalie's new bedroom has 5 windows looking out over the Derbyshire countryside.
What a beautiful place to wake up in the morning this must be.
Yes.
Absolutely stunning, isn't it?
After months of careful restoration, the 250-year-old plaster ceiling is now thankfully out of danger.
People who do the work, I don't think they fully understand how skilled a craftsman they are.
Yeah.
You can't tell which parts have been filled and which parts were original. It looks as though it's just gone up.
Highlighted with white gold, the ceiling is firmly Natalie's domain.
You've gone to town, haven't you, really? It's beautiful.
Yes, I wanted it to look quite elegant and calm, and I'm really pleased with how it's turned out. It's made a beautiful job. It really has done.
Yeah.
For Steve, it was this room's fireplace that was to be his most surprising discovery.
I don't know if you remember, but the fireplace there when you came was an orange and brown painted.
I mean, the craftsmanship of something like this. I mean, it's like living with an artwork, isn't it?
It was a treasure that we found that we just weren't expecting to find here. When the paint came off, it was hand-carved oak. I really like that.
That's a big discovery.
My little part of the house that will always mean a lot to me.
It's also kind of a dreamy room, isn't it? Because you're looking out onto this extraordinary landscape, which is the whole point of the house. I mean, it's got it all, really, hasn't it? I'm totally envious.
In stark contrast to the light, dreamy bedroom is the contemporary black bathroom.
It's like a nightclub in here. It's amazing. Sparkly fittings and a black... I don't think I've ever seen a black toilet before.
It did have to be specially made.
The tap.
Which has also got LEDs.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
So it changes colour. That's quite cool.
Even the shower has different colour settings.
That's much more fun than my shower.
And Andy,
Yeah, these are just wood.
So these wooden panel doors are painted to look like stone.
Yeah, to look like the tiles.
So you've taken such care. Everything is really authentic everywhere else in the house, and here it's just lies. Like everything is just like all bets are off in here.
Steve and Natalie are having fun with their modern additions. They're being much more cautious with their precious Georgian interiors. But they are still making progress. The grand Georgian dining room 1 year ago was without a floor and still looking a little ragged around the edges. But today it's a very different story.
Wow, well, it's quite a change when I was last here.
The plasterwork throughout the room has been stripped of 250 years' worth of paint and all the mouldings lovingly repaired.
In a way, it looks beautiful white, but what are you going to do next?
Some days I think keep it fairly neutral and just put lots of gold leaf everywhere and really make it quite luxurious and exuberant. Then other days I come in and I think, oh, should we cut out the flowers and the leaves and...
So you're still debating?
Yeah.
I do like the pretty plain colours, but I just feel that I can't believe that those grapes were ever anything else other than grape colour.
I don't envy you the decisions, but I envy you the room.
The fireplace has also had its years of paint lifted, revealing the racy male sculptures to be made not of plaster, but of wood. It's this careful attention to detail that has made the restoration of Stoke Hall so spectacular.
We're very glad we bought it. We think we've done a pretty good job. And
it's going to be your family home for some time?
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of amazing how you've stuck with it, and I'm so impressed with the passion you show for it and the passion for the craftsmanship, because I think the thing about this building that's so extraordinary is the interior, and you guys have saved it and kept it, and I just think that's such a compliment to you. I think you deserve a medal. And I think the fact that it's also got your personality in it is also something I doubted perhaps at the start was even possible with a building like this. Most people would have been too scared, and I think what you've done is bring, you know, Natalie and Steve to it, but still save a building that is of national importance, and I don't know too many people who have achieved that, so really well done.
Steve and Natalie have most definitely saved Stoke Hall, and the building is no longer at risk. But what they've also done is what they set out to do, and turn this big Georgian mansion into their dream family home.
What fascinated me about Stoke Hall was how the work of craftsmen 250 years ago can be so rare and so beautiful, yet be allowed to deteriorate until almost beyond repair. This is no quick fix. What Steve and Natalie are doing is a lifelong commitment to saving a house and to making a home for their family. It also stands as a monument to all those who have worked on it.
Rebecca and Chris have chosen County Limerick in Ireland to pursue a simple, rural life, away from the pressures of 21st century living.
With the air is a little bit, just a little bit at a time. Just going to be me and you and Demelza and the cats.
Look at that. Not a telegraph pole in sight.
Not a pylon in sight. Oh,
Not a concrete office block. What a view.
These guys have moved to the middle of nowhere. It's the most stunning countryside. It's beautiful, but so remote and quite hard to get up these lanes as well. With £47,000 cash from the sale of their UK home, Chris and Rebecca bought this 19th century farmhouse with its stunning views across the valley. Hi, Rebecca.
Hi.
How are
nice
you?
to meet you.
Nice to see you. Are you well? Hey,
Morning.
Chris.
Hi. Thanks.
With the house comes 1.5 acres of land for their self-sufficient small holding. So what was life like for you before you moved here?
We were working to pay for the building society to pay the mortgage. I used to work in a really high pressure job and I hated it. It's just got more and more intense, this feeling of frustration.
So what is the dream for you two?
The dream is living here in the countryside, being completely self-sufficient, spending more time together, seeing more of Demelza.
You still probably get up at 6 o'clock, but hey, when the sun comes over that hill there and shines through your bedroom window, you want to get up.
Before that idyllic life can start, they have to turn this derelict house into a family home. A definite ruin, Chris.
A definite ruin.
This needs a lot of
Sitting
work,
room.
Chris. A lot. And that roof's in a bit of a state, isn't it? And I see you've actually got some structural damage there, haven't you, where the lintels have fallen apart over the windows.
It's like that on every window.
Every single window needs a new lintel and needs new support as well.
Yeah.
But underneath the decades of decay, the original character of the building really shines through. So this fireplace is stunning, isn't it?
Yes,
It's
it's
huge.
wonderful. Yeah.
Absolutely huge.
Well, this is what sold it to Rebecca.
Really?
She walked in and she just, oh my God, come and look at this.
Chris and Rebecca want to breathe life back into this 150-year-old farmhouse. In the living room, the stone walls will be restored and left exposed, with the focal point being a roaring open fire. But the real heart of the home will be the kitchen. Its flagstone floors and inglenook fireplace will give it a rustic feel. Upstairs needs to be completely rebuilt, creating a bathroom and 2 bedrooms, all with spectacular views across the valley. Chris and Rebecca also have their work cut out, starting their new self-sufficient life. On their 1.5 acres of land, they will build a polytunnel to grow vegetables, keep chickens and geese, and plant a fruit orchard. This is a fantastic dream and one enormous challenge. How much have you got to renovate this building?
About £14,000.
£14,000.
Yes.
Ambitious?
Yes, very.
Have you got any idea what you're taking on?
Yeah, I think, well, for me, we've taken on my absolute dream from, I cannot remember not wanting to own a really old house in the country. Would never have considered a new house.
This has got character.
It may well have character, but even if they do most of the work themselves, I'd estimate it would take at least £50,000 to restore this house to its former glory. That's over 3 times their budget. Their 14 grand also has to cover their living costs until they become self-sufficient. Rebecca is in charge of managing this tiny pot of money from their makeshift home in the caravan.
Installation, I've got the 600, the roof is, moving swiftly on.
We'll just move swiftly on past the roof costs, which could cater for about 25% of the cost of the build, but let's not worry about that for the time being.
We're sort of working on that at the moment. Let's get some prices in before we worry about that. Yeah.
I'm pleased you're laughing, because I'm worried now.
I have to. No, because you've got to go with it and let it happen, because
But that sounds like the worst project managing advice you could ever have. I'm hoping Chris has a more realistic attitude. Do you think £14,000 is going to be enough to make it habitable? Honestly.
Not really. But don't tell Rebecca I said that.
Are you worried?
Very. I woke up the other morning, I just had my head in my hands and I thought, I physically cannot do the work.
Did you?
Yeah. She thinks it'll work. I've got to make sure it does work.
I know that he's capable of doing it. I really do know that. I'm not just saying that. I know that he's capable of doing it. He does everything he does to a very high standard.
But what happens if you fail?
Well, I just don't think we will. But to be perfectly honest, I was saying to Chris earlier that I would rather die trying.
Chris and Rebecca are making one of the bravest life changes I've ever seen, and I really admire their sheer determination to achieve the near impossible. But 14 grand is nowhere near enough to renovate this house, even if you're doing all the work yourself. And on top of the build, they've got land to cultivate and livestock to buy. I just hope they can somehow keep this dream alive. The Palmer family have come to Ireland to escape 21st century life. They want to lead a simpler existence, supporting themselves by living off the land.
Oh, look here, look, strawberries, wild strawberry plants.
We're having them in the summer.
Yeah.
This is an unbelievably brave dream. They have just £14,000 to renovate this derelict house and turn their 1.5 acres of rocky soil into fertile land.
This is the reason what we've moved to Ireland for, so we'll be preparing the land to grow the vegetables. You know, basically that is our supermarket. So it's different planning to just doing it as a little hobby at home.
It certainly is, as their very survival depends on it. Their ambition to keep livestock begins cautiously with 6 chickens.
No, let go of the bloody chicken.
Come on, back on home territory, please. I wouldn't be at all surprised if I wake up in the morning and they're all dead in a heap in the house, which would be absolutely tragic. But because we don't know what we're doing, I just don't know.
They're equally inexperienced at house renovation, and this one is certainly no quick-fix DIY job. It hasn't been lived in for 40 years and needs a new roof, windows, floors, plumbing and electrics. It's an intimidating challenge for Chris, who's doing all the work himself.
I do feel as if there's a lot of pressure is on me to do it, and not really having the skill and knowledge of it is difficult. Yeah, see how it goes.
To add to his pressure, Chris is determined to move the family in for Christmas, as living in a caravan on a building site is no home for a 5-year-old.
It's a bit cold here, and very muddy. I'm getting cross with the mud now.
What do you most like making? Try the quiz to see. She's not at all into the whole house building routine. To her, I think it's well, thanks a lot. You know, I had a really nice, comfortable home with, you know, great school, lots of friends, and you've brought me here.
The first step in turning this dilapidated ruin into a home is the back-breaking job of laying the concrete floors.
I'm very nervous because we've never laid concrete before, ever. We've got no levels, we've got no edges, so it's going to be somewhat by eye, which is always good. But as long as it's not absolutely wibbly up and down like mountain ranges, then we're okay, I think.
Come on, push! Pretend you're trying to get a goose in the oven. Run! Hey!
Chris and Rebecca have 40 wheelbarrows of concrete to rake and level before it sets.
It's going to be a long job, and it's going to have to be endured, I'm afraid.
After 5 hours of hard labour, they've done it.
You wouldn't believe that a simple thing like a concrete floor could make something look so habitable. It looks really inviting. I have muscles aching in places that I didn't even know I had muscles. I just feel that we've achieved something really big.
With winter setting in, the pressure is on to get the house habitable. The next step is rebuilding the whole of the collapsed second floor. Putting in joists is a 2-man job, but Chris is tackling it on his own.
This is a big job for me doing this. Yeah, I am working on my own most of the time. I'm actually getting up and thinking, I've got work to do, which is a lot of work to do, as you can see, but I'm doing it for myself and I feel more rewarded.
Chris is doing really well, but the #1 priority in any renovation is the roof, and they've been let down by their roofing contractor for the 2nd time.
What happened? You didn't come last week. To be honest, it's got more important than that now, because no, you're going to have to get somebody out here in the next couple of days.
It's not just the roofer who hasn't turned up. The remote location means that deliveries aren't making it to site.
The thing is, the Ula Road up into Doon is quite windy. I don't know how... Will that road be OK for a lorry, Chris?
Yeah.
Well, my timetable really is almost a waste of time. It's almost I pay lip service to having some sort of planning, really, because I have the plan, but then some or other good won't turn up, or some or other workman won't turn up. It's just snowballs into this sort of chaos, really. We're just not getting the work done. It's really frustrating.
When I was last in Ireland, Chris and Rebecca were aiming for the very optimistic deadline of Christmas. But with so much work to do, I'd be surprised to find them on schedule.
What do you think?
You have done quite a lot, actually. You've got the concrete floors in.
Yep.
Yep.
You've done the joists,
Yep.
braced it all up.
New ceiling.
All bolted nicely together.
Yeah.
What about the roof? What roof?
Not yet.
So you haven't had the roof done yet?
No.
No. We've been struggling getting a
They're
roof.
scarce out here, roofers.
Why?
As soon as I told them where it was, it's too remote, don't want to know, weren't interested.
I never thought that you'd be a victim of being too remote. I never thought that tradesmen would just say, I'm not coming out there because you're too far away from,
No, we didn't. Never
from
occurred to
normal
us.
life.
Because there is so much remote property in Ireland, I assumed, stupidly, that they were obviously used to that, you know, but apparently that's why they're all derelict, because nobody wants to live in them and nobody wants to do them up.
The big worry is when you restore any old building, the first thing that you want to tackle is the roof, isn't it? You want to be wind and watertight and get the roof sorted out.
Yes.
Well, we tried.
If we'd have waited to have that done first, we'd have still been stood here like it was 3 months ago.
And even though you've done quite a lot of work, it looks to me like you're sort of ground to a halt a little bit until that roof is done. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, yeah.
I'm hoping they've made more progress with their dream to be self-sufficient. Their first goal was to build a polytunnel to cover and protect their vegetables through winter. So how's the polytunnel then? How's it going?
Well, it's going quite slowly.
A bit more than slowly.
Well, it's, the holes are dug. The holes took...
I thought the idea of a polytunnel was that you had a sort of tunnel made out of poly.
Yeah.
But I don't see any of that here. I just see a few bits of post in the ground and a few rows of string. That's it.
I would say that, you know, trying to tackle a project like putting up a polytunnel and setting up a self-sufficient small holding was not something that went hand in hand with building a house. You just cannot do two such major things at the same time.
It's a little bit of a worry, isn't it? Because this really is the big part of the dream for you.
But we were never going to be self-sufficient this winter. It was impossible. You know, you cannot grow a full selection of food to support our family.
Yeah.
In, you know, starting
But you were
in
hoping
September.
to at least get some of it, weren't
Yes,
you? Just
yes,
to
I
minimise
was,
your
yes.
costs.
Rome wasn't built in a day, as they say.
Rome definitely wasn't built in a day. I just hope you do it in my lifetime.
Oh, we will. We will.
Cultivating the land and renovating the house at the same time was always going to be a near impossible feat. With the Irish weather pounding this already dilapidated building, their priority has to be the roof. Until they find a roofing contractor, none of the essential work like plumbing and electrics can go ahead, and all of the work on the house has to stop. At this rate, they're facing a long, grim winter in the leaky caravan.
Oh, it's just getting damp. I mean, these sort of caravans are not designed for living in winter months. It's just getting silly, really, absolutely silly. I mean, we must have been a bit crazy to ever think that we could live in a caravan over winter months. You know, this is ridiculous.
Your hands are really cold. You've not been wearing your mittens, have you? You don't seem yourself. What's the matter?
News has reached England of the poor living conditions. And with Christmas just 4 weeks away, Rebecca's mother and sister arrive with a few home truths.
You can't have a child in a cold bit like this all the winter, you know. She'll have cold after cold.
I knew this would be a bad idea. The mother-in-law visit before we were ready. I knew it'd be, well, this is what you should do, this is what you should be doing.
You do need to have one room warm, and I don't give a damn what it looks like. It doesn't matter, as long as it's warm and dry, and you're all... It's no worse than here.
Already overwhelmed by the amount of work to do, the burden of responsibility is starting to weigh heavily on Chris's shoulders.
I mean, would your self-confidence and your pride feel really hammered if you weren't in there at Christmas?
If we weren't in there at Christmas, I don't know. I don't know what we'd do. Demals is more focused on Father Christmas coming, and she's really upset that he's not going to be able to come down the caravan on the chimney on the caravan. So we've got to be in there for her sake, so Father Christmas can get him.
What's it like for her being here now?
I can't imagine what's going through her little head at the moment. She's just bored because she's got no friends here.
You're under pressure here on the build. This is all on you, really. You're in isolation, very much in isolation.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it?
Pressurised more than anything to get my family in there with a sound roof over the head.
So with Christmas just 3 weeks away, Chris and Rebecca decide to move into the house, even though the roof work still hasn't been done. They make a determined push to get at least one room habitable, and within the week, the house is piled high with building materials.
I'm getting a bit worried now about the finance, the budget that we've got for this project, because Rebecca just says, yeah, OK, we need that, we get that, and we go out and buy it, whatever's needed, but it's getting a bit worrying. How are we doing on budget? Because I need some more money to buy timber.
Yeah, I am actually slightly concerned about that, but we'll be all right.
Are you concerned?
Well...
Have we got enough?
Yes.
Despite the dwindling funds, Rebecca's desperate to get heat into the house and splashes out on a £3,000 wood-burning stove. That's a fifth of their entire budget.
Isn't it gorgeous? Do you know, all my life I've wanted one of these. My whole life I have wanted one of these. Look, isn't it just beautiful? It's shiny. Just totally symbolic of the whole self-sufficiency, self-reliance. The whole thing is about this.
With the stove up and running, they have a temporary kitchen and their first taste of the country life dream.
It's not finished, but we've got some furniture in, and this range cooker throws out some good heat.
Still a little bit of a work in progress, but it's brilliant to be able to cook real food. It already feels like a sort of country kitchen, even though it's a bit primitive at the moment.
I understand Chris and Rebecca's desperate need for some home comforts, but with the roof work still to be done, this is madness. At last, the roof work begins. And it's soon clear why this was the job that should have been done at the very start. The old roof timbers can only go in one direction, and all Chris can do is watch.
You don't want to puncture this stuff, yeah? That's skirting board lining, is that? Oh, is that what that is? I don't want these to get punctured because this is what's going on up the walls to keep the damp out. There's as much crap in there now as there was when we came to this place. We spent days cleaning it all out, and now there's as much in again. There's all the tools, electrical tools in there, there's all the insulation, there's all the membrane. At the moment it's all just under a pile of rubble that's crumbled inwards.
As Chris struggles to salvage his materials, Rebecca's out shopping, oblivious to the chaos raining down on her kitchen.
Can we have 3 packs of your bacon here, please?
Okay, then.
And the black pudding, please.
To be honest, I think she'll be in tears because she thought she got her own little haven set up down there in that room. We didn't expect all this crap to be left all over a nice stove. So I think she'll be upset. So can't get caught up with these sheets.
What is all this? So mess is not a problem. A problem is huge chip in Rayburn, floor smashed.
Oh.
That's a problem. And I would have expected you to have managed that.
I can't say don't knock that brick out.
Chris, you're an adult.
I didn't know they were doing it until they'd done it.
Chris, you're in charge when I'm not here. Rose! Be quiet! Yes, you do wonder at tradesmen that can know that you've just put your heart and soul into 3 months of doing up a house and then just throw rubbish into it as if it, as if it's just another building site. You do wonder at that.
This is a huge setback for the family. The house has no roof, it's covered in rubble, and they have no option but to spend their first Christmas in Ireland back in the caravan. It's been 5 months since the Palmers moved to Ireland. Their Christmas deadline has been and gone, and they're still living in the damp, cramped caravan. The roof work is finally done, but it's left them with just $3,000 in the pot and a massive repair job to do.
This stonework from here up to the roof here, sort of like a triangle, was all knocked out by the roofer. Now, we had no idea that he was going to leave us with this job. Sometimes I lay awake at night and think about a dream of winning the lottery and being able to pay a builder to come and just do the whole thing and know that we would be in it about a month if we did that. And it's frustrating, but hey, when we finish, we'll have the satisfaction of being able to say to everybody, this is the house that we built or restored.
But juggling being a brickie and a mother is slowing down progress.
Okay, well, I've got to get on. I've got to get on.
Can you please play with me?
I can't. I've got to get on. We want to move in the house, don't you?
I just want you to play with me.
Don't get stroppy. We've got to do the house. I think it's a battle of wills for Demelza to settle, She's determined she isn't going to settle. We're determined she is. Eventually someone will win. All right, all right. I know, all right, all right. She's so frustrated about not having a house, She's used to having a bedroom where she could go off and play with all her toys and get all her dollies out, and now she can't. She can't do any of those things, and it's very difficult for her.
If Demelza doesn't settle, the entire dream is under threat. She desperately needs some home comforts, so she's going back to England for a week to stay with Grandma.
Bye. Oh, I'm going to miss you.
Leaving Chris and Rebecca alone to get the work done. First job, the windows.
This one's going to actually be a window seat. The end will never be in sight with this. A never-ending list of jobs to be done. Oh, don't want to let go! Plasterboarding has been proving a bit of a nightmare because we've never done it before, and getting 8x4 sheets at there is difficult.
Okay, I'm in a big problem. I've got a big problem.
But with this hive of activity, the budget is disappearing fast. There's just £1,500 left.
The budget is looking terrifying. There's an awful lot of timber to be bought, plus put in a bathroom suite, plumb the house.
With every spare penny needed for the house, they must cut down their living costs by starting to produce their own food. At last the polytunnel is built and they plant their first harvest.
Yeah, I'm growing my vegetables to sustain us and to be self-sufficient. And every other year it's been a short walk down to the supermarket to just buy some carrots if the carrots didn't come up or whatever. But this year it's so important. I feel like the pressure's on to get everything to grow.
Fingers crossed, by spring they should be enjoying their first homegrown produce. With the new roof on and windows in, this house is finally wind and watertight. Chris has finished constructing the second floor, and I'm looking forward to seeing the upstairs for the very first time.
Wow, what a difference!
Huh?
What a difference! Look how much you've done, Chris. You've got the roof on.
A long-awaited new roof.
Well, that for me was absolutely everything, because you were doing all this work internally, without a decent roof on top. I've never seen a smile on your face during most of the project, and now I have. You've turned a corner now.
Yeah. Well, it's like I said all along. I said to you then, I believe that once the roof's on, I will be happy. I've got the confidence with it now.
I'm chuffed to bits. I'm absolutely chuffed to bits for you. I think it's brilliant. Let's go and have a look at this bedroom.
Yeah,
because
sure.
This was a double height space before, wasn't it?
That's
you
right,
didn't actually even have any floors in at all.
There's nothing in here when you...
This is great, isn't it? You get the 3 windows, you get the 3 aspects, which is beautiful.
And this one opened up that view, which we'd never seen, because from ground level you can't see that for the trees. You can see right down into the village.
I'm actually relieved and quite impressed as to how much you've actually done since the last time I was here. But there's still a lot of work to do. You know, when you think about it, from electrics to plumbing, you know, floor finishes, wall finishes, insulating the roof, bathrooms, tiling. But because you've got all that work on, how's the money going?
That's not a question that you should be asking me.
Where's Rebecca? Have you any idea how much money you've got left?
We've got none.
You've got none?
We've run out. Did you not know?
No, I didn't.
Completely. We got a letter from bank saying you have got no money, you're overdrawn.
So what happens now?
Well, I can't carry on with the work. Very frustrating.
On just £14,000, Chris and Rebecca have done well to even get this far. But now, with not a penny in the bank and no income, they're in a desperate situation. I want to know the project manager's plan of action.
You've got a house that's nowhere near finished. You know, with maybe some hidden costs that you don't even know of yet. There's no contingency, there's no nothing. So you've got a house that is nowhere near finished. And when you're someone who, if you like, for your lifestyle, you've made a conscious decision that you will not take on any debt, you're in quite a fragile position, aren't you?
If you say so, yeah. I can't agree with you because I don't see it that way. Unless something is essential to the quality of life, i.e. a bath or whatever, then it won't be borrowed for. It'll be done when it's saved up for. The kitchen was always going to be the range and a table.
But you still have some costs. You still have living costs going out every single week. Mm-hmm. So you've got to contend with that between now and the end of the build as well.
I've been dramatically hard up in various points in my life, and you know the world doesn't stop revolving just because you run out of money.
It's a big risk. It's a fine line, isn't it? I mean, you're right on the edge now.
Until Rebecca finds a financial solution, her unbroken spirit is all this family have to pin their hopes on.
I'm worried about it. I've always had a little stash, as they say, of money, but it's gone. Nothing left.
We do not want to get to old age and sit with our rugs over our knees saying, you know, when we said we were going to move to Ireland and we didn't do it, or we gave up. I just don't want to be in that situation. I want to have died trying.
Rebecca's survival instinct finds a way to keep their dream alive.
I'm sort of drip feeding our sort of finances at the moment with a bit of sewing. Sewing is something that I've fallen back on at various points in my life for making a few quid, but really we want to sort of focus on it more, and I think it can be developed into a way of earning enough money to help us finish off the house and to just pay the few bills that we will have once we've finished.
But the extra pennies don't stretch far. Progress is painfully slow, especially for a 5-year-old who hasn't had a bedroom for 7 months.
I can't play with my toys, I really miss them. They're in the container.
Do you ever feel a sense of guilt when you think that you've taken her away from England?
Yeah, I do.
I do too.
Probably the most important thing is to get her bedroom finished. So she's got her own space. You know, get that room finished and get her in her own bedroom for the first time in months.
She said to me the other day, we need to talk to the people who bought our house and ask them if they'll give it back.
So that would bring me to tears if I heard that.
Well, can you imagine? I've had, there have been sessions where I've sat in tears with her in the evening when she's coming from school and she's been that upset. But I just said to her, I said, look, it doesn't work like that, sweetheart. You know, it just doesn't work like that.
If Demelza was not happy for a long time here, would you ever give up the dream and go back?
Well, there's no way, no disrespect to Bradford area and things like that, we'd move back there. It's not just for us, it's for Demelza as well.
If everything stayed as it is now, sleeping in a caravan, half living in a house, but working on the house, chipping away at it a tiny little bit at a time even, I'd still say that life was as perfect as it's ever been for me. Ever.
Yeah. Rebecca would be making the evening meal, and I'll say, right, I'll take the dog out. So I'll take the dog for a walk up the lane, just before it's getting, well, as the sun's going down at this time of year. And I just stop and listen. I can just hear the silence and the birds. This is what life is about.
There's no doubt that this is now home for Chris and Rebecca, despite their half-finished house. But Rebecca's mum still needs convincing. She's back and looking for evidence of progress.
Right, let's have a little quick look at what's going on.
She just thought, oh, I'll never be able to do this. But there you go, I think I've proven her wrong now, so I think she should be, I hope she's proud of us both, what we've done.
Are we going to look at the lounge?
Right, this is...
Bit like living in a cave, still.
Well, there's a floor in here. There wasn't a floor in here when you came last time.
You can't see the sky, can you?
No.
Well, are you sort of satisfied with it now? You know, that you're getting on all right?
As long as it's done for the winter, we're not really that bothered. We're not going to sit
And you think it will be?
Yeah.
With all the other jobs as well?
Yeah, I think it will.
I wouldn't take money on it, but there you go.
Don't really think she has any real grasp of the amount of work we've had to tackle, really. I didn't feel that she appreciated that we were doing what we wanted to be doing. But to be honest, it's all I ever dreamed of. And really, I don't mind if Mum doesn't like it. I'm not really bothered. So.
But the visit has had an unexpected outcome. The family saved the day with a cash donation to give them a fighting chance of finishing the build.
It's great news that the money's coming in, which means that we can get the bathroom fitted, we can get the heating finished off. If she hadn't have done that, we would have been in a position of having to save up for every single thing that we needed, so it would have taken us absolutely years. Gift from God, literally.
It'll be nice and warm.
This money is a lifesaver. The electrics can now go in, and for the first time in 8 months, they've got hot running water.
We have a bath, so that is just brilliant. Is that better?
Yes.
We've really turned a corner with Demelza, and she feels like we have a home again. She does little things like when she goes up, you can send her upstairs, she'll get her pyjamas on, trot along the landing and brush her teeth and wash her face and do all that sort of stuff. And I think it feels like a normal house, you know. That's nice, thank you.
But they're not home yet. It just needs one final push. But having spent 9 months splitting time between the house and the land, this couple are in danger of running out of steam.
This is just you and Rebecca doing this. There's no one else. It's all down to you two, and it must be so difficult juggling the build and working the land at the same time.
It is, it is. You feel guilty working on the house, and you think you should be doing the land because we need the land for the veg, and then when you're doing the land you feel guilty because you should be doing work on the house, and it's just pulling.
Well, you need to push this on and get this place done. I mean, you'll be a hero, mate. If you get your family in here living in this place, the dream will come true, won't it? That'll be it.
Yeah.
Chris and Rebecca decide to spend the next few months prioritising the house so they can get out of the caravan and into their new home.
So nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Good to see you, Chris.
Hi.
What a transformation. I can't believe it. And the caravan? Gone. Is it gone?
Gone.
Disappeared?
Yep.
Now, what's it like inside? Is it finished?
Come and see.
A year ago, the kitchen was a crumbling, dusty wreck.
Wow. Look at that!
Isn't it absolutely beautiful?
It's fantastic. I can't believe it.
I know.
I never thought you would do it.
Well, we knew we would.
Neither did I.
It's a real home now. You know, you can actually come in and feel like you're in a home.
Yeah, and then you've got your range cooker, the Inglenook fire all beautifully restored.
Oh, it's fabulous. I feel like a proper farmhouse wife.
Do you?
It's just absolutely wonderful. I've dreamed all my life of owning a house like this, definitely, all my life.
When they bought the house, the second floor had collapsed. Chris rebuilt it all by himself and has created a beautiful, fresh country bedroom.
The most beautiful bedroom we've ever had. It's just wonderful.
But what sense of achievement do you have now after doing this?
I honestly didn't think I could do it, and we've done it. To see it now as a home, and even Demelza calls it home, but now that she's happy, it makes me feel happy.
At last, Demelza has a bedroom of her own and is reunited with her toys.
Do you think this is the best bedroom you've ever had?
Definitely. My old bedroom was about the size of a mouse hole.
The size of a mouse hole?
It was tiny.
The bathroom is full of character and quaint rustic charm, but the house isn't completely finished. The living room has barely been touched since Rebecca's mum called it a cave. And with all their efforts spent on the house, Chris and Rebecca's first harvest has fallen worryingly behind schedule.
When I left them last summer, they were penniless and relying on becoming totally self-sufficient for their survival. I'm coming back after 9 months to see if at last they're living the good life. I'm back in the heart of Ireland to find out if the Palmers have turned their dream of self-sufficiency into a reality. For 9 months they've been living off the land. I really hope it's been a success.
Hello.
Gults and everything.
Hey, I'm
Gults are here.
Hi, George.
How's it going?
It's going very well, thank you.
I mean, you must have had a fantastic time in the house over the winter, but did you have enough food? I mean, were you self-sufficient enough?
Last summer, we were completely self-sufficient in vegetables. We didn't buy anything. We didn't
100%?
Absolutely,
Oh,
we
that's
didn't buy
so nice.
anything.
So you're obviously doing really well when it comes to veg, but what about meat?
Well, we had a goose for Christmas.
How was that?
It was delicious.
I bet. So, Demelza, what sort of things do you do to help out?
I collect the eggs sometimes and I give the goats the hay sometimes.
What's your favourite animals? Be good to know.
Good girl, you'll do for me. Yay!
So what about the house? Is it completely finished?
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Is it?
For Christmas, as promised.
Come on
For
then.
November.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
go and have a look. I'd love to see it.
The lounge was always the last piece of the jigsaw. Now completed, their house is finally a beautiful family home.
That's great.
Isn't it lovely?
Fantastic room. It's brilliant.
We're very pleased with it.
Oh, so you should be. I think it's great that you've left all that exposed, that stonework.
Yeah,
'cause
it's
it does
lovely.
look beautiful.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, and the
Wonderful
stove's
wood
just...
burning stove, which is great.
When we finally came to this room, we'd learnt so much that it was actually... We didn't,
We'd
have
done
any, we didn't have any
everything.
angst, did
No,
we?
no.
You know, we didn't have any, oh, how should we do this? Or how do you do that? We knew how to do the different elements.
Now, Rebecca, what's life like in this room on a night? Because what do you get up to?
Well, we read a novel, a chapter a night. I read out loud to us. And we play board games. And
Oh, that's really lovely. And that was so important for you, wasn't it? For
Yeah.
the family to be sitting around together. It feels like home.
yeah, it is home.
It's great.
I'm pleased to see the house finally finished, but my biggest worry was always how they would make ends meet. Rebecca has wasted no time in turning her produce into a means to survive.
So what sort of things are you making then?
Chutneys and jams and different preserves and syrups and vinegars. It's great bartering stuff. You know, a couple of jars of chutney and a half a dozen eggs can buy you, a huge pile of rhubarb.
So you would trade? You
Yeah.
were trading in the community with all the stuff
Yeah.
that you produced?
Yes.
And what about the future then?
Over the winter, we were clearing out the yard and we actually discovered a derelict outbuilding. And what the plan is to restore that and then put in a little farm shop in there.
Oh, that'd be good. To get a farm shop set up and be selling and actually getting hard money in rather than just exchanging for other vegetables is just brilliant, really. It's the perfect plan for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
But this means more building work. and I wondered if Chris was ready to take on another renovation project.
I'm quite confident at doing that, actually. I want to do that. I want to restore that.
Yeah, I heard you use the word confident. I'm confident doing that.
Yeah.
Because that's unbelievable when you think, I stood with you in that building at the very beginning and you were petrified. And after creating that house, the confidence you've got is just incredible, really. It's just going to be a walk in the park.
Looking forward to doing that, actually.
That's great.
Really am.
Chris and Rebecca seemed like they couldn't be happier. But the one thing that always worried them was whether Demelza would take to her new life in Ireland.
And how's Demelza settling in?
She's settling really well now. She's done very well at school. She's got lots of friends that come visiting. And she's started going to Irish dancing.
Has she?
So she enjoys that.
It must give you huge peace of mind, though, Chris, when you think of how worried you were about her.
You've got to make sure she's happy. It's no good us being happy and her being miserable.
Mm.
You know, whereas in England she was happy and we were miserable. We've got a happy medium now, we're all happy.
That sounds perfect, doesn't it?
That's good!
This couple took the most enormous risk to pursue their dream. What they've achieved is truly inspirational.
So when I first met you, you'd bought a wreck in the middle of nowhere. You only had £14,000 left in the bank. You lived in a cramped caravan and you were miles away from self-sufficiency. But now you've done it.
Last time we saw you, it was, 9 months ago, and we said then that it was a dream, and we still thought we were going to wake up any minute. And I have to say, I still think the same thing.
I've just dreamed of doing this sort of thing ever since I was a little girl, and it's just really exciting to wake up every morning and think, wow, we're actually here doing what we've always wanted.
I mean, what would you say to anyone out there who was thinking about doing something like this?
Do it. Just don't dream about it, get on with it. Stop dreaming.
Yeah, do it. And don't be afraid that your life cannot be too simple. We don't have to live this sort of hectic life that we all live. You know, simplicity still works in this day and age.
What Chris and Rebecca have achieved is incredible. In under 2 years, they've made an enormous life change. They've created a wonderful home and a self-sufficient small holding in the most beautiful and remote countryside. Their future is simple. It's the good life. It's what they've always wanted.
1 year ago, we followed the stories of 6 historic buildings, each crumbling and at risk of being lost forever. 6 brave new owners made a commitment to save them, attempting to transform them into their dream homes.
Well, she found it.
But there was more to rescuing these incredible buildings than anyone imagined.
I don't think we'd ever buy another listed building. Ever.
With architectural expert Kieran Long and historian Dr. Kate Williams, we've not only been following the restoration of these magnificent buildings, we've dug deep into their history and uncovered some extraordinary stories.
One thing led to another, and they murdered her in this hall somewhere.
Now we're going back to discover what happened to these buildings and their owners 1 year on. Today, we're revisiting 2 restoration homes that had done battle with the elements. Floods had devastated Thomas à Becket Church, which then became one man's epic struggle to turn it into a home. Fire had once gutted Stanwick Hall, whose external beauty masked darker secrets inside. But 1 year on, what new discoveries have been revealed?
And then the builders knocked on the door and said, "We found a tunnel."
Do you know how far it actually goes down?
Has work finally been completed?
It will be the first finished room in the house.
And does the end result live up to expectations?
Oh, good Lord. You've gone to town here a bit, then.
We've gone for it, yeah.
Our first building is Thomas à Becket Church in Pensford, Somerset. When we first arrived 2 years ago, it had been neglected and empty for decades. With a Victorian nave and a medieval tower, the whole church attracted a Grade 2 star listing, the second highest grading for an historic building. But despite its architectural importance, without a use, the church was facing complete dereliction. That was until Paul and Laura Baxter decided to take it on. They were working their way up the property ladder when Paul spotted the church in 2007.
I was looking for a flat in Bristol and nothing was coming up that I liked, and this was up for sale by auction.
Went and had a look and thought it was ridiculously large, couldn't afford it.
And it's leaking, it's rotten. But on the other side, we're like, but man, you know, this would be wicked if we could sort it out.
So then we started thinking that actually it was a great idea.
For £120,000, they bought the nave and obtained listed building consent to create a 3-bedroomed home over 3 floors. They didn't buy the tower, which remained the property of the church's Conservation Trust, and the centuries-old graveyard had to remain open to the visiting public. Their restoration budget was a modest £140,000. To have any chance of doing it for this amount, Paul would have to do all the work himself. And Laura, who's an accountant, would be bankrolling the project.
I don't have a problem with being the breadwinner, it's fine. Right from the start of our relationship, Paul said that he wanted to renovate property, that he didn't want to get a job. He'd never had what I would call a proper job.
Building their home became Paul's job, and he had to train himself in a completely new range of skills, including becoming a roofer.
I've done an 11-month crash course in roofing because on the first phase I got a load of roofers in to help me, and I made sure that at every stage of the build that I was kind of like doing it with them.
Having learnt from the roofers, he continued on his own. Out in all weathers, Paul spent a solid year fitting 7,000 slates. As Paul was throwing himself into the work of restoring his church, our historian Kate Williams had been delving into its past to try and discover why it had been abandoned. What she found was that over the years, Thomas à Becket Church had paid a heavy price for its location, on an island in the middle of the River Chew.
There has been a terrible history of flooding.
But it was a flood in 1968 that hit the whole valley, which was to prove disastrous for the future of the church. And it's an event that's etched on the memory of the locals.
Come down through the valley here like a raging torrent. Anything what was loose was gone. Cars, garden sheds, you name it, it was gone. The church wasn't used for years after that, years.
So really the flood was sort of the absolute end of the church?
Basically the end of it.
The catastrophe proved to be the last straw for poor old Thomas à Becket Church. It was deconsecrated and subsequently fell into disrepair.
It was just nothing but a cold, empty shell. That was the last time I looked inside it.
It was awful. The centre of the village looked derelict, looked horrible.
But not everyone was behind Paul's plans.
How do you feel about it being a house now?
Not a lot.
Not happy?
No, it should still be a church.
Right.
Whilst the conversion of Thomas à Becket Church into a house was causing concern to some in Pensford, over at our next restoration project in Northamptonshire, there were no such objections, as it had always been a home. But Stanwick Hall in Northamptonshire had troubles of a different kind. A Grade 2 star listed Georgian house, it seemed picture book perfect from the outside. Inside, it was anything but. Years of neglect had left the walls running with damp. With broken roof tiles and rotten timbers, one good storm could have brought the whole thing down. Its future was getting worse until the day when Simon and Gina Russell first arrived, looking for a house.
I remember the first time I drove onto the drive. It was almost surreal, really.
and thinking how perfect the shape was and the chocolate box look of it.
It just sort of made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and it was just love at first sight.
And the bit I remember most was we walked around the garden. It was only when we got to the gate and looked back and saw the house with the sun reflecting off it against the stones, and it was like a sledgehammer blow of, wow, that's going to be our home. That is our house.
So they bought it for just over £1 million and budgeted another $500,000 to turn Stanwick into their dream 7-bedroomed home. Gina and Simon, who both run financial services businesses, were still working full-time in London and living with their 18-month-old son Jude in their city pad, 70 miles from the build. Simon had 2 other children from a previous marriage, Harry and Madeline, and the eventual move to Stanwick would make seeing them much easier.
I think we should start with the Harry Potter front door. If you look at it from here, it just looks like a normal front door. But then when you go and stand next to it, it suddenly becomes an enormous front door. I don't think we'll get a replacement in B&Q easily. Right.
But it was beyond the front door that the condition of the house became more worrying.
It's in an absolutely appalling state. There are big cracks, gaping holes, lots of damp. Actually, the house is in worse condition than it possibly might appear at first sight, and it's only when you start to tour the interior you realise just how bad things have got.
Ooh, Christ.
Take it through the floor.
That'd be a good bit of footage, wouldn't it, if I plummeted through the floor?
As Simon and Gina were discovering just how precarious the current state of their home was, our architectural expert, Kieran Long, was on a mission to find out more about its past.
Well, I think it's just the most charming little early Georgian house. There's something very modest about it to look at it. I think it has that simple domestic architecture that English people love to imagine. It speaks so well of our nation.
But further inspection was to reveal darker secrets of its history. He came across clear evidence that it had once been devastated by fire.
So we can see some strange discolouring of the limestone up here, where it's gone red. It suggests to me that there has been a fire here and that the stone has suffered accordingly. We don't know, and we'll have to do a lot more digging to find out.
And digging further into the archive, Kate indeed found evidence of a fire. One night in 1931, a blaze ripped through the house, gutting the inside.
Oh my goodness.
The casualty, however, was the original Georgian staircase, which had been replaced by a less distinguished model.
What we're faced with is the most kind of abject piece of joinery that you've ever seen, really. A really poor quality staircase, which is clearly nothing to do with the Georgian roots of this building. Who knows when it comes from? It's not the right thing here.
The house was throwing up more questions than answers. There was gloss-covered panelling, the style of which seemed to be older than the house. And down in the cellar, there were other interesting features.
So, we're really descended into the earth here. We're into the belly of the house, the cellar. You can hear underneath here water running. There's a well down there.
The house was surrounded by rumours of a secret tunnel, and Kieran went in search of possible clues to the mystery.
So we're in this strange arched space with flagstones on the floor, this odd passageway, and soon enough, look, we come to the end of the line. Somebody's blocked up this passageway, and wherever it goes, we can't go any further. even if one starts to take this stuff out, all we can see beyond is just more fill. So is this the end of the line, or is this just blocking up a route that really goes somewhere? We don't know.
But mythical tunnels below the house were the least of Simon and Gina's worries. They had much more urgent problems up at the top. Their first job was to remove the very heavy roof tiles, which were weighing down the building. They did it just in the nick of time, because a few weeks later, the country was hit by snow.
It was said that one good snowfall might have brought the roof down, and last night we did have one good snowfall, as you can probably see. That could have been it, had the tiles remained.
But it wasn't all good news. Their new house was about to give them some very unwelcome surprises. Removing the roof slates had revealed that more of the timbers would need to be replaced than originally thought.
Even with my limited structural knowledge, this isn't right. See, the weight of the roof has pushed down on this and split it in the middle there. I mean, this is major work. The contract for the roof alone is 120,000. If we stay on budget, then 600,000 for the whole refurbishment will be a result. But as everybody knows with building projects, numbers don't always pan out as you think. It's scary. Of course it's scary. You know, financially it's scary. Emotionally it's scary. Spinning all these plates and not dropping them over the next year and a half is scary. But like I say, if you overanalyze, you just become paralysed. So we just decided to get on with it.
And things weren't about to get any easier, as there was news of an addition to the family.
We have a baby on the way. It's coming in about 6 months. So that was an interesting development. Obviously we're overjoyed, but I do feel slightly fearful about just how much we've got on our plate.
Oh, no! Tragedy.
Oh,
But Gina and Simon remained convinced that they could keep the restoration on track.
Fingers crossed, okay, a year from now, I'm going to put my life on the line and say we would be preparing to have Christmas in the hall. We have Christmas next year firmly in our sights.
Gina and Simon refused to be defeated by the slipping schedule at Stanwick Hall, and 150 miles away at Thomas à Becket Church, Paul was also trying to remain positive whilst tackling a monumentally tedious task.
Every time that you try and do something with the old bit of the building, it just hits you. You kind of think, oh, I'll just take the paint off these stones, but there's no just about it. You know, you scrape off the white top layer, and then underneath there's this blue stuff that just will not come away. You're sanding it and you're scraping it and you're putting the poultice on it and you're like, oh. And then Laura comes along at the weekend and she's like, it's a bit blue. I'm like, so it is.
Paint scraping is one thing. Fitting bespoke secondary glazing in the drafty leaded windows is quite another. Jack of all trades, Paul thought he was up to the job, but Laura wasn't so sure.
Paul seems to think that he can do anything, and a lot of the time he is really good with his hands. You do have to rein him in a bit and say, actually, I want it done properly, so you're not going to do this, and put your foot down a bit.
You know, I said, oh, I'll have a crack at that. And Laura kind of went, and what makes you think that you're able to do that? You know, we'll get someone in for that. We'll definitely get someone in for that. And so we got a load of quotes in, and Laura looked over the quotes. And after a few moments reflection, she turned to me and said, so is there any reason why you can't do this yourself? And that was pretty much it. So what it is, this one here is the test case. So I'm going to make this one frame, and then Laura's going to come in with the white gloves and peruse it, check it over with the microscope, and and decide whether or not I'm going to be released on the other windows.
Before he could fit the glass, Paul had to make the frame for this DIY double glazing. The trickiest bit was bending the wood. But true to form, Paul built a homemade steam box to fashion his arch.
And then the two of them go together like that, and there's your arch.
But while making the frame had been pretty straightforward, fitting the glass was a different matter. The adhesive strip should hold the glass in place if it fits the frame. But the most important thing was to make sure the inside of the glass was completely clean before being fixed.
Just one thumbprint could do it in. It'd be like the Hubble Space Telescope all over again. Have to take it all down and redo it at huge cost.
With Paul confident the inside of the glass was spotless, it was the moment of truth.
Will it fit? Please fit. Ha ha! Yes! Woohoo! Oh, who'd have thought that secondary glazing could bring so much out? Yeah, well pleased with that. I hope that brightening's on this side. Is this going to be good? Oh, you little I can't take it off now. Hopefully the beading will cover most of that. Yeah, that's all right. We can soak that up.
But the church was Laura's home too, and understandably, she wanted it to be perfect.
Can't really see it.
Hooray! That's complete.
Can I go up here?
Yes, of course you can. Why not?
What's this stuff?
That's a swipe.
Doesn't come off.
No.
No?
Sadly not.
Are you serious?
That's the only...
On the inside?
Yeah.
Well, that looks bad.
The problem is that we couldn't... I'd cleaned the window twice, but then when I put it in...
Blue?
No, it's white. They put a number on the wrong side of the glass.
It looks awful, and I don't think this should be set back.
Well, actually, I like it like that. That's my preferred appearance.
And I don't.
Yeah.
The verdict is generally, it looks really nice, but it's not quite there yet.
Well, I'm going to take that as meaning it can stay just, but the next one better be better.
That's exactly it.
Okay. That'll do.
A few months later, I dropped in to see how they were getting on. Paul had been making great headway. Rooms were beginning to take shape, and his list of tricks of the trade were increasing.
I'm right, aren't I, thinking that you're not trained in any of this?
No, I'm not trained in anything.
But are you reading books? Are you reading manuals? Are you?
He tends to ring people up in a builder's accent and get it really cheaply.
Yeah,
and then say, and how do you
Okay. What's a builder's accent?
Well, you'll ring the first one and go, excuse me, I was wondering, what do you call those scaffolding clips where one goes through and the other goes, it's called a straight, mate. All right, thank you very much. And what do you call the ones that's a swivel? All right, wicked. You get this whole list of jargon, and you just go, thanks very much, and hang up. What the hell was that
And then you ring up as another builder.
Then you ring up another scaffolding firm. All right, mate, could I get, well, it's probably going to be 400 straights, 35 swivels, I don't know, yards of tube, probably looking at about 6K. Have you got that? Second hand, wonder price? We'll see what I can do. Wicked.
So you're not really a builder, you're an actor.
The part of the church Paul was busy converting into their home was the Victorian nave, and Kieran suspected that there was more to this local church than met the eye. In the Somerset archive, he discovered that it had been built in 1868 and designed by architects Giles and Robinson. It became clear that they had been influenced by an architectural movement that was sweeping the nation, the Gothic Revival. To find out more, Kieran went to Cheadle in Staffordshire, to a place considered to be the very embodiment of the Gothic Revival, the Church of St Giles.
It's incredibly exciting to be here because I'm convinced that Giles and Robinson would have visited this building, and so we're here to find out a bit more about the DNA, the history of Paul's Church.
St Giles was designed in the 1840s by one of the most influential architects of the last 2 centuries, Augustus Pugin, and St Giles of Cheadle was his masterpiece.
This church is the manifesto of the man who changed British architecture in the 19th century forever. The moment where Roman and Greek models were given up substantially in favour of the Gothic. The other great architects were persuaded that Gothic was the great style of their time. People like Gilbert Scott, the designer of St Pancras Station, hugely inspired by this building. And then, of course, we later see Pugin's work with Barry on the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben, perhaps the most important statement of our national identity. It didn't take long before it dominated the British landscape as the appropriate style for houses, villas all over the suburbs that were being built in the 19th century. So when Giles and Robinson would have walked into this church, they would have seen things that were way out of their league, way out of their budget, but they would have looked at them and thought, how can we reproduce that? How can we get some of that style into this small provincial church that we're making?
And one of the grandest features architects Giles and Robinson incorporated was the stunning stained glass windows, which would eventually be in Paul and Laura's dining and kitchen area. But over the years they'd been damaged, and it was going to be tricky work to restore them to their former glory. Paul carefully removed the broken pieces, which were then sent to professional stained glass restorer and artist Graham Dowding. Working hard to preserve this legacy of British craftsmanship, Graham and his team spent painstaking hours making a new angel's head and fixing the disciple's knee. With the pieces finished, getting them back into the delicate leaded window was next. But that is the most difficult part of the whole process.
To put the piece of glass back into its lead work is always critical because that's the point at which you can break it.
It's Graham's colleague Tim who had the heart-stopping job of fitting the new pieces.
Tim is very patient. He's known as the Zen master.
The new piece wasn't an exact fit, so Tim would have to trim it ever so gingerly, a millimetre at a time.
So you're actually just paring away the glass very gently. It's a bit like a wild animal. It can sense that you're nervous of it, and if you show it too much respect, it will crack on you. She's in.
But restoration is a never-ending task, and he had to start all over again on the angel's face.
I've done a brilliant job. Yes, I'm very, very pleased that I can see it from my living room.
She's in. Thank goodness, she's in. A lot easier than the other piece.
And with that, the spectacular stained glass window was complete once again. As the restoration of the church was visibly moving forward into the next stage, down in London, the owners of Stanwick Hall, Simon and Gina, were starting a new chapter of their own, finally saying goodbye to their city pad and moving house.
That's my handkerchief collection.
Baby's just about to be born any moment, maybe even today. So we want to be in Stanwick full time.
But with the hall still far from finished, Simon, Gina and Jude moved into the 2-bedroomed cottage in the old stables that came with the house. As they settled into their temporary home, Kieran went on the hunt to find out just who it was who designed their future home. He suspected that such a beautifully designed building was the handiwork of more than a provincial builder. And trawling through lists of architects working in the 18th century, he discovered who it was.
Here we are, Stanwick Hall, under the entry for William Smith, the eldest surviving son of Francis Smith of Warwick, and these were architects and master builders. So here we have the individual who designed and built Stanwick Hall. There's a long list of works here of different churches, houses, large-sounding houses. It suggests to me that the architect is somebody of note and makes the building just that bit more important.
It was clear that the Smiths were far more than provincial builders. Kieran discovered that they had some rather well-to-do clients. And 20 miles from Stanwick was the Smiths' crowning glory. They created the west wing of Stoneleigh Abbey for their most aristocratic customer, Lord Lee.
What we're seeing here is the Smiths of Warwick bringing out all the toys. They're really bringing tricks, all the architectural tricks that they've learned. It's a grand house for a very prestigious client. What's really exciting is that Gina and Simon have a house that is connected through its architect to one of the major pieces of architecture in the country.
And it was here that Kieran found the greatest example of a Smith-designed staircase.
Fabulous. At Stanwick Hall, we have no idea what the staircase was. It's destroyed, it was lost in the fire, and here we have a Smith staircase, a real original one that we can perhaps start to make some connections about what might have been there at Stanwick. The shallow treads, making this a kind of processional stairway. You know, you walk up this stair slowly. It's not just for getting you upstairs, it's an experience. It's about the procession around this incredible double height space.
Almost 3 centuries later, Simon and Gina were starting work on their new, improved staircase. And the first thing was to remove the old one.
It's a lovely smell. It's real old timber.
Yeah. Sorry.
But before any new staircase could go back in, there was one major piece of work which needed to be finished: the roof. The original budget for the roofing work had been £120,000, but then this was no ordinary roof. It wasn't covered in slates, but with a special kind of limestone that gets its name from the local village of Collie Weston in Northamptonshire. When Stanwick was built, it was widely used, but it's no longer quarried, and virtually the only remaining source now is reclaimed salvage. Collie Weston tiles are also really difficult to work with, not least because they're all irregular shapes and sizes. Richard Elliott is one of the few people who are keeping the craft alive. He comes from a long line of Collie Weston tilers.
Sometimes you'll pick a slate up and you automatically know it doesn't sit next to that one very well, so you put it down and you get another one until you get the right, so the roof flows.
A few weeks later, I went to catch up with Simon and Gina, and of course, their new baby.
Hello. Hello, Lily. Hello, Lily. Say hello to everybody, Lily. They know you already. So come on, how's it gone? Tell me the truth. Tell me the truth.
Oh, God, it's been seriously hectic, hasn't it?
Has it?
Yeah.
Gina stopped work on Thursday, and we moved here on Friday, and then Lily arrived on Monday.
Yeah, and you appear to be upright, which is absolutely awesome. Are you feeling
knackered?
Are you?
Yeah, very.
Any idea when you're going to be in?
Our original goal is the end of this year, Christmas 10.
Right.
But it's difficult to guess now.
I can't wait to go and have a look inside. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
The scaffolding coming down will be a fabulous day.
When is the scaffolding going to come down?
Any week now.
Oh, the new staircase. Oh, it's fantastic. Pleased?
Delighted,
Oh,
yeah.
it's fantastic.
Really quite a major thing seeing this in place.
Yeah.
This is actually the first time I've seen it in situ. I'm amazed. It's beautiful.
The detail I love is this little beveled edge here. Can you see it's just like a little point? Beautifully made.
They had reinstated a handmade oak staircase in traditional Georgian design.
So hit me with it, Simon. How much does a Georgian staircase cost?
A Georgian staircase for you, £40,000, which I'm just thinking is about £1,000 a step, actually, as you go up it. Probably slightly more. It's refreshingly expensive. Great.
It is lovely.
And it wasn't just the staircase that was an expensive job.
Again, I hope not an indelicate question, but how much did it cost you to put that beautiful roof on?
An absolutely huge amount. I mean, you could have bought another house for it. It's scary.
100,000?
More than that.
200,000?
About that.
I think we broke through the £200,000
Yeah.
mark.
But that
It's
is
a great roof.
It is a great roof. It's a really beautiful, and actually it's actually saving the life of a very, very beautiful building.
I think the house is probably in a more precarious condition than even we had imagined.
Yeah, definitely.
It sounds like it was a kind of, 5 minutes to midnight scenario for this place, really. You were just catching it before it collapsed.
I think, without being too melodramatic, we probably were.
Additional work had completely derailed the schedule in Northamptonshire, so I went down to Somerset to see if things were still on track at Thomas à Becket Church.
Hello. Have you done it? Let's have a look. I can't wait to see what you've done.
This way.
This was how Paul and Laura's church looked when their restoration began. A huge space, but almost unimaginable as a home.
This is it.
Well, it's beautiful.
Thanks very much.
It's beautiful. It's stunning.
The neo-Gothic nave had been transformed into a modern 21st century home, with open living spaces and 3 bedrooms. Upstairs, they'd created stunning views from multiple mezzanines.
I love the fact that you can see right up to the roof. It's kind of the first thing that greets you as you walk in, so you haven't pretended you're not in a church.
Oh no.
You have created a beautiful entertaining space with ensuite altar.
Yeah.
With 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms.
Obviously we're really pleased, but when you say 3 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, we haven't actually got any bathrooms in, and you couldn't actually stay in any of the bedrooms.
A little bit of work to go, but I think we'll get there on budget.
Paul and Laura's restoration of the church had been a fantastic achievement. But with no bedrooms or bathrooms, last time we saw them, they still weren't living in the church. It's now 1 year on. Paul and Laura have at last moved in.
Yeah.
Line.
Yeah, and then straight.
And it's almost finished. They're working on the final touches to the interior. It's just that they have been rather distracted of late.
Big thing that's happened since you were here before is that Joshua has arrived, me and Laura's son.
He's a big distraction for Daddy.
He is a big distraction for Daddy. Yeah, if I'm walking past him and he's I could just pick him up.
Paul and Laura moved into the church just 4 days before Joshua was born and have been living there for just over 3 months.
It's really nice living in such a big space, particularly with a little baby, because, just having a change of scenery. And actually I think it's fun for him too, because we've got the big chandelier, loves looking at that, all the pretty lights. Yeah, it's just so different from having, a flat.
This project has only been possible because of Paul's free labour and Laura's monthly salary. But as she's now on maternity leave, their income has significantly dropped. Creating their home has been Paul's life for the last 4 years. As the end is fast approaching, thoughts are turning to what comes next.
Paul's got to get a job, that's what's next. It's because I'm on maternity leave and not getting any more pay other than statutory pay. So one of us has to work because we haven't got any money. We spent it all on sofas and things like that.
With the last remaining funds, they're working on the final push. Kieran will be returning to the church, and we will find out what he and the locals think of the finished building. One year ago at Stanwick Hall, any thoughts of a finished building were still looking rather far-fetched.
Lovely to see you.
How are you?
Really well. I'm just gazing up at your ceiling there, and there's still a massive hole. And come this way. Come to my office. I want to have a word. I'm not a detective, but I don't think this house is finished.
Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled.
That?
No, you're quite right.
It's there are a few subtle clues. So have you made huge headway that I can't see?
Yes.
What have you been up to?
Well, the cellars have all
Yes.
been dug out by hand, which was a monstrous job. And the floor relaid in there and the walls all cleaned down.
Yes.
We've put a back door in where a back door used to be.
Every window frame in the house has been replaced. The Victorian kitchen's been demolished and rebuilt, admittedly not finished.
The big, heavy structural stuff is done now. Once we get that clad in stone and the roof on, then we're really into, you know, plumbing and plaster. Right then.
Do I need to wear a hard hat? Probably.
No, you'll be all right.
I mean, I love what you've done with this hall, I really do, but
It is the
don't
new
know.
thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Acroprop's always a good feature.
Yeah.
Very. Oh, you've gone for the double use. That's
yes.
very nice.
On the ground floor, things didn't appear to have moved forward, but on the top floor, the children's rooms were finally beginning to take shape.
Oh, now whose room's this going to be?
This is Jude's.
And who'll be in this one then?
This is Harry's room.
Harry. So where's Lily going to be?
So Lily's over there in the
here.
corner. Yeah.
No,
I wish
can
we could
see.
show you the finished result, but soon.
Yeah, but you're nearly there.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
It's now 1 year on, and the hall really is in the final stages.
Our bedroom is no longer pink. So that's ready for decorating.
There are the shutters waiting to go back on.
We're nearly there. We're on the home straight. I feel like I may have said that before, but we really are. Plasterers are plastering, tilers are tiling. We're picking paint colours and carpets, and the end is in sight. Sinks in, loos in, baths in.
This is actually the first finished room. Well, very nearly finished. It will be the first finished room in the house. I don't think I've ever had quite so many people ask me if we've moved in after the programme went out. It has been so embarrassing. I can't walk down the street without people saying, "Gonna be in by Christmas," which has been a bit awful. Yeah, we're actually gonna make it this year. Oh, it's so lovely to actually, you know, see some heat in the house for maybe the first time, I'm guessing, 10 years.
And Gina and Simon have been overwhelmed by the public response.
Since the programme went out, we had so many lovely letters with people who had stories and memories of the hall. Quite a lot of older people had written in, and their relatives had been associated with the hall.
One person who contacted the Russells was a descendant of a man who had lived at the hall over 100 years ago. They had a copy of Mr. William Blackwell's diary, starting in 1887, and sent some extracts to Simon and Gina.
There's one here, I'm looking at it now, and obviously talking about the village of Stanwick, and it says, went to town meeting to discuss what should be done to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee, which is, of course, exactly what's on the mind of the whole country right now.
Though in 1887, that would have been Queen Victoria's Golden Jubilee.
And there's all sorts of anecdotes about the village and about his life. It's a very rural life. There's lots of
Lots of talk of horses and cows and harvest, as you might expect. And he also talks about his wedding, September the 25th, 1887, married today in Stanwick to church by Reverend Bonner, left for Scarborough for honeymoon. No mention of the wife, but I guess she was there at some point. So it's fascinating. It's a fascinating glimpse into the life of somebody who was linked to our home.
I think it's lovely. There's an extract in there which says, stayed up all night with the cowman tending the horse, and you just think, well, you know, was that in that cottage that we live in now, or was it one of the buildings here? And it's just great. It's just lovely to see.
It strengthens the reality that you are simply the custodian of an old building. You are the latest little snippet of history, but that's all you are, really.
But in the last year, there has been one incredible find that once and for all confirmed the local rumours.
Ever since we purchased the house, local people have always talked about a tunnel, and we tried to find it with no luck. And then one winter's evening, the builders knocked on the door and said, "We found a tunnel."
I'm so excited about the tunnel. You know, really, quite frankly, behaving like a complete schoolchild. I read the Famous Five when I was younger, and they always found a tunnel.
There are so many stories surrounding the Stanwick Hall tunnel. Local legend has it was once a passageway connecting the house to the church down in the village, but no one knows for sure. Today, those legends will be put to the test. Someone who can give Simon and Gina answers is archaeologist and tunnel expert Tim Upson-Smith. He's solved countless subterranean mysteries, everything from secret passages under monasteries to mysterious tunnels below stately homes. Tim has seen them all.
So, Tim, what is it?
Well, it's a bit gloomy, but it's beautifully made, isn't it? It's a superb arch. I'm going to say it's a local limestone, but they're using sort of very much the rubbly stuff to build it with. Do you know how far it actually goes down?
Yes, it goes quite a long way, actually. 20, 25 metres.
Oh, so it's quite a distance.
It's quite a distance.
It appears to be blocked at the far end. It looks like somebody has been down there, because we've got a sort of looks like a probably late 19th century, early 20th century ceramic pipe down in there.
Yes.
This tunnel is certainly obviously a lot older.
Yes.
And I have no problem with sort of suggesting it's 18th century, you know, obviously contemporary with the house itself.
Oh, really?
You know, it's quite a major feat of engineering, especially for the period. You know, it's quite an impressive thing, I have to say.
So, it dates back to the time of the house. But why was it built?
And looking at it, because where it comes through, obviously behind us, it's been filled in, hasn't it?
Yes, it looks like it's been deliberately filled in.
But it does seem to go through and lines up quite nicely with the cellar, doesn't it? So, and I gather there's a well in the cellar, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
So this sort of feature would have been built to take any, sort of excess water off from the well, and then it would then go down.
It's a drain. It's a very nice drain,
A
and we love it
beautiful
very
drain.
much.
A beautiful drain, but a drain nonetheless.
Well, we'll love it, even if it is a drainage tunnel.
Simon and Gina are the proud owners of a very unique feature in their back garden. But now, it's what's going on inside the house that's their main focus. Final interior decisions are coming thick and fast, and with all trades on site, it's a race to the finish. Kieran will be back soon. So will Stanwick Hall finally be finished? 3 counties away in Somerset, the great news is that Thomas à Becket Church has completed its restoration journey. Before taking a look inside, Kieran is off into the village to find out what the locals think of it now.
I had reservations at one time, but to see the building being used now, is quite nice, really.
See a light on in there is kind of heartening for the village.
Yeah, so all the work he's done, when you enter there, it still gives you the impression that it's still churchy, if you know what I mean.
Well, I call him Saint Paul actually,
Right.
because he must have been a saint to take it on like that.
It didn't look like much when he took it on, did it?
No, and he's really done well.
Yeah.
And I think the whole village are behind him, and he's done a cracking job.
Well, I'm amazed, absolutely amazed at what they have done and how they've done it. But the best thing of all is in the evening when you go outside and you can see the lights in the stained glass window and there's life in there. It's wonderful.
And it seems Paul and Laura's restoration has had an even greater impact. Whilst they were restoring the nave, the church's Conservation Trust restored the medieval tower. It's given the island a new lease of life.
There's great interest. We get many more visitors coming to have a look at the church, have a look at the island and general interest. So this heart of the village is alive again, which is wonderful. It's great.
It took Paul and Laura 4.5 years of painstaking hard work to rescue Thomas à Becket Church. But saving a decaying Gothic church is one thing, living in one is quite another. I've come to see how successful they've been at transforming a place of worship into a place to live. Nice to see you. There's one more of you.
Yeah, you're going to say hello, Joshy?
Hello, John. No.
No.
Oh, no. And are you pleased with the result? What do you think
Yeah,
of all,
really pleased.
all the work? I mean,
Yeah.
It's a shame it's over.
Really?
Yeah, I personally, I find it very sad that it's coming to an end.
Really?
Oh, I
Yeah.
loved it.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved it.
Paul's tireless hard work has created a unique home. They've certainly not shied away from making the most of the church's original features.
do you ever get somebody coming here and saying, how can you live here with this altar and these kind of religious things all around
We've
you?
had people come and say, when I came before, I thought this would be a problem, but now it's finished.
Yeah.
I see that it's not.
I was so used to it, and I was brought up with religion, so I'm not scared of it. I think the only people that seem to have a problem, I think, with the concept of living in the church generally are people who haven't grown, it's not around them. So it doesn't feel that strange to me at all.
Apart from the altar mantelpiece, the public living spaces have a clean, minimal decor. In the private bedrooms, however, it's another story.
Oh, good Lord. You've gone to town here a bit.
We've gone for it, yeah. It's the master bedroom, it's got to be, it's got to have something going on. And I really like these kind of chinoiserie rooms. That's very much of the era.
But I love that you're just having so much fun with
Yeah,
it. It's just you've enjoyed the latter stages.
No, we've had a lot of fun, and I really like this room.
And you've even got a hidden door.
We have. It's not that hidden then, is it? Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's like a combination of kind of hunting lodge and some small room in a castle.
With gold paint, antlers on the walls and a solid copper bath, Paul and Laura have embraced the Victorians' love of opulent and eclectic interiors. As well as the master suite, Paul and Laura have finished 2 further bedrooms, 3 more bathrooms and a leather and oak panelled study.
And up here we have the living room, at last.
So your finished living space.
Yes,
Fantastic.
this is it.
And here's where you really feel, like you're inhabiting this amazing space up here, don't you? It must be great.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Paul and Laura managed to bring their build in for just £10,000 over their modest £140,000 budget.
What's kind of next for this project, Paul? I mean, this has been your life for nearly 5 years. I mean, what are you going to do next?
I'm not sure, because job's become a bit of a 4-letter word, but I'm just going to have to get with the programme, I guess, because little Joshy here's not going to pay his way for a while, and somebody's got to pay the electricity bills, so...
Yeah.
But I'm open to the idea that, I might actually like what's coming more than I have what's been. I just don't know what it is yet.
The thing I've loved about coming to Thomas à Becket Church today is to see how Paul and Laura's taste for the Victorian Gothic has added a new showy layer to this already amazing building. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but for them, what they've done is transform a church into a really warm family home. We've come from Somerset, where Paul and Laura have achieved the unlikely in transforming a church into a lovely place to live. And we've come to Northamptonshire, where Gina and Simon have taken on a building that always looked like the perfect home, but in fact turned out to be the most challenging restoration of them all. Hello.
Hello, Kieran.
Hi, Kieran.
So nice to see you again.
It's good to see you. Nice to see you. And how are things?
We're just so close now. We really are genuinely at the final stages.
It's tantalising.
Yeah.
You can almost reach it. They're just finishing, really, the finishes and the final stages.
So you haven't got rid of builders quite yet,
No,
but
we haven't.
you're very close to that moment you've been waiting for nearly 4 years.
Yes, that's right. We are, yeah.
Yeah, nearly there.
Wow, this is quite a transformation in here. I mean, when I first came here, this was where a wall was running with dirt and water, and now you've got walls with just a lick of paint away from being finished.
Yeah.
I mean, how does that feel?
Brilliant.
Yeah, I can
yeah,
imagine.
really good.
So on the first floor, there's still a fair bit to do, but up here, you just get a sense of how close you are to completion.
All that needs doing is just a little bit of wallpapering and the carpets.
And then it's a world for the kids, really.
It's done.
So it's really nice to see these rooms kind of within reach of just, coming back to life completely. But there's one place I've been really looking forward to seeing, and that's the kitchen. Is it finished? Is it there?
Yes, it's finished, yeah.
Great.
The new part of the house is done.
Well, this is an extraordinary kitchen. It really is. Look at this. The size and scale of it, I mean, this is like the heart of the home.
I love to cook and I love to entertain. A house is nothing without guests and people, is it? So this will be where it all happens, I think.
So one of the critical questions, of course, is how much it costs to achieve this, to save a historic building and to make it into a family home. I mean, what's the damage?
We estimated £500,000 to renovate the house when we first began. And I think the final figure is probably 1.1.
Wow, that's tough.
Yeah, it has a huge impact, but once you've started, you have to finish, so you just keep going until you get there.
You took on historic property, 4-year journey. Do you ever think we could have just done our own thing? We could have built a new house?
No, not really. You wouldn't have the soul of the house if it was all new.
It's more about the property and our family. So the two things coming together. It's a dream come true.
A lot of it is the visualisation of the children enjoying the house, having their bedrooms, running down for their meals and so on. That's what gets you through. That's what you focus on is the happy times with the family that you will have in the house.
What pleases you individually is what's important, and it really pleases us. We love the house so much, and we love the thought of all living here together.
Secret tunnels, fire damage, decades of neglect. The restoration of Stanwick Hall was never going to be easy or come cheap. But now, more than 2 years after work began here, Simon and Gina are on the brink of moving in. I believe that saving a building as special as Stanwick Hall needs more than just money. It needs someone to love it, and it needs someone with the imagination to give it a future life as long and illustrious as its past. And that's exactly what Simon and Gina have given Stanwick Hall.
1 year ago, we followed the stories of 6 historic buildings, each crumbling and at risk of being lost forever. 6 brave new owners made a commitment to save them, attempting to transform them into their dream home.
Well, she found it.
But there was more to rescuing these incredible buildings than anyone imagined.
I don't think we'd ever buy another listed building. Ever.
With architectural expert Kieran Long and historian Dr. Kate Williams, we've not only been following the restoration of these magnificent buildings, we've dug deep into their history and uncovered some extraordinary stories.
One thing led to another, and they murdered her in this hall somewhere.
Now we're going back to discover what happened to these buildings and their owners 1 year on. We are revisiting 2 of our restoration homes today. The first was an ancient manor on the verge of falling down. The second was a 19th century mansion that already had. Both would take a lot of money to save. Big House was a ruin with a history. Alan Lewis fell in love with it as a boy, but now as a man, could he save it? He has no money, but a lot of enthusiasm.
We're just ordinary people trying to attempt the nearly impossible with next to nothing.
1 year on, Alan is still spending all his time and money on the restoration. So what progress has he made, and will he ever finish his dream home? Our second house, Calverton Manor, dates back to Tudor times, when it was the home of a powerful businessman. But its recent history is one of neglect and decay. It ended up as a rundown farmhouse on the verge of collapse. Our restoration champions allocated £1 million to do it up, but would it be enough?
The fact is, every week overrun does cost real pound notes.
Last time, David and Jeanette hadn't moved into the manor. So 1 year on, is their costly restoration everything they dreamed of? Our first building is Big House, or Tŷ Mawr in Welsh. It sits on the bank of the River Cleddau, on the Pembroke estuary. Once a building of stature and influence, it was unloved and abandoned for over 100 years, home only to wild birds and weeds. So who would want to tackle a rescue job as enormous as this? Meet Alan Lewis. Alan's lived in this part of the world all his life, and he's dreamed of owning Big House ever since he was a little boy.
I was fishing up there with the compass net early one morning, came down the river one morning, and the mist just hanging on the river. It was just sitting there, and I just thought, I'm going to buy it. So I sold everything, business, home, house, and everything, and bought it.
Alan's dream ruin cost £275,000 to buy. It came with nearly 4 acres by the river and a row of derelict cottages attached. The mission to rescue Big House had begun under previous owners. When they sold up, Alan took on the challenge with his ex-partner. Together, they publicised the house's importance and secured planning permission to take the restoration dream further. His friends wished him the best of luck.
I hope he gets and does it. It'd be nice, like. Not the sort of thing I'd take on, anyhow.
But take it on he did, now with his new partner, Claire.
I think the house is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And when it's done, it'll be even better. Hard work, though.
Kieran Long is an architectural expert. He first visited Big House 2 years ago to see the task Alan faced.
Well, it's just amazing to see a building almost completely ruined. I mean, it looks like it's about to fall down, and that's just really intimidating. I must say, I'm really glad I'm not doing this restoration. We can see this kind of symmetrical arrangement, and that there would have been these two completed kind of semicircular bays, these kind of wings, if you like, on either side, although this one is almost half fallen down now. Well, this room is just fantastic, isn't it? It's a wonderful space and totally focused on the landscape. There's not a window in the room that doesn't look out to the river and to the estuary. You can imagine this being a beautiful place to sit. And you wonder whether a room like this, you know, in its size, its kind of grandeur, its symmetry, you know, had a function that was to do with, you know, display and inviting people to it, perhaps, you know, business colleagues or you know, who knows what this room was used for. On the waterside is a large quay, what looks like a big dock. We don't really know when it arrived on the site and what relationship it had with the house. And we'll have to do more digging to really understand those things.
Alan didn't have a budget for the restoration. When he has money, he spends it on the house. At other times, he uses what he can find. And living next to the river has been very useful.
This is an old oak beam we had at the bottom of the riverbed. I've had it drying out for 10 years. We hauled it up years ago and dried it out. It means more to me to have something like that you've hauled out yourself. Plus I couldn't afford to buy a new one.
To help fund the restoration, Alan works all the hours he can. He juggles his time between Big House and maintenance jobs at the port of Milford Haven, 20 miles away.
The trouble is you're trying down here to earn some money to go and spend on the house. But when you're down here, you're not working on the house. And when you're up there working, you're not earning money here. So it's difficult sometimes to get the balance right.
He may have little money, but he does have loads of enthusiasm for the building and its setting.
When you've got this, you can't buy anything else, can you? This is worth everything.
One of Alan's first priorities was to make the building watertight. He started with the windowsills. He was quoted a couple of £1,000 to reinstate them in traditional Welsh slate. But he found a way of doing the same for a fraction of the price.
I managed to buy an old slate water tank, which was all in 5-foot square slabs. The whole lot cost me about 160 quid for the lot. And I done, I can get 3, 6, 9, 11 sills out of it. Oh, you get that end, you got the end. Right, you got that end. That's it. See, oh, you little faith. I told you it'd be fit, didn't I?
Aye, more luck than judgment.
They did all this years ago with no machinery, no power tools. This is all done by hand, by sweat. And the way we do it is a simple way, the way it was probably done when it was built in the first place.
While the restoration was getting underway, we still had a mystery to solve. Why was such a large and impressive house built here in the first place? On a 19th century map in the local archives, Kieran found the answer.
This map is 1819, and at Land Shipping Quay we have right next to it labelled here Coal Works.
Land Shipping sits right on top of the coalfield that was Pembrokeshire's fortune in the early 1800s. The 1819 map shows the spot where Big House is situated was at its heart.
We can see just in the outline of the coastline the dockside and a collection of dots, really, tiny references to buildings which are our house, or at least the roots of our house may even be the house itself.
but at the very least, this is a kind of logistical centre of the coal industry for this area, and suggests, in a way, that Big House had a kind of functional relationship to the river. And before railways and motorways and so on, that river really was the main line of communication with the rest of the country and the important markets for that product.
On a tithe map, which lists the taxable value of properties, Kieran found the name of the person who owned Big House.
The most interesting thing of all to us is the column labelled landowners. And under that, faintly, it says Owen, Sir John.
It was a major discovery. Sir John Owen was one of the most controversial political figures of his time. And he was Pembrokeshire's king of coal, with the riverside village of Land Shipping at the centre of his coal empire.
The Land Shipping colliery is fascinating. It's been mined since the 1500s, but it's only at the beginning of the 19th century that it becomes so important. In the early 1800s, the Land Shipping colliery was the most profitable in the whole county, employing 100 men, so it really is an incredibly profitable possession for Sir John to have.
When we're coming out this way.
Okay.
5 months into the restoration, I went down to Land Shipping to see how Alan and Claire were getting on. Progress had been steady but slow, and even with the new slate windowsills, that voluptuous riverside facade looked pretty much unchanged. Inside, though, Alan's talent for improvisation had begun to fill the empty shell.
Hooray! Stairs!
Yeah, that was another salvage job. They closed the village hall and dismantled the building, and it fits here perfectly.
This is the very big front door.
I know.
What's a door like that costing?
1,800 quid.
yet. 1,800.
Yeah. I know it's a lot of money, but try and do it properly.
That's a nice feeling, isn't it, coming upstairs in your house? And this will be your upstairs hall, will it?
This is the bottom landing, yeah.
Bottom landing.
There'll be another stairs here now, going up again.
Where are you going to get those from? Find another village
I
hall?
haven't found one yet. I might have to make one and see now.
Yeah. This is the master bedroom, then?
Yeah.
This will be your bedroom?
Yeah.
I cannot imagine a more beautiful place to live. I really can't. I find it actually it's quite magical out there, isn't it? Will you have curtains, or will you just watch the sun come up every morning?
Probably just, well, there's nobody to look in. You're not overlooked here.
You're really not overlooked. You might have the odd otter.
Yeah.
Alan, this house may not be finished for 20 years.
No, but I'd be happy doing it.
Big House may well take 2 decades to complete, but 225 miles away in Buckinghamshire, our second restoration home was on a much tighter schedule and a much, much bigger budget. Calverton Manor lies on the outskirts of Milton Keynes. It's a listed building, Grade 2 star. That's only 1 grade down from places like Blenheim Palace and Westminster Abbey. But unlike those national treasures, Calverton was in a dire state. The manor had ended up a broken-down farmhouse, uncared for and on the verge of collapse. It desperately needed a saviour, and that's when David and Jeanette Locke entered the story.
We stumbled over the advert. As soon as I saw the photograph, an aerial photograph, I went, oh, it's obvious we're going to have to do this. It was clear. We came up here one night, one summer's evening. We walked across the fields down here.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
And we said to each other, we're going to have to give this wheel a spin, aren't we?
They bought Calverton, which came with 45 acres of land, 3 dilapidated cottages and several old farm buildings for £2.2 million. The restoration was going to cost a further £1 million, and it took them 3 years to raise the money.
So we've had to convert the cottages, sell those, get permission to convert the barns and sell those. But one of them, which is this one, we've converted ourselves, so we've got somewhere to live while the house is being done up.
Taking this wall down is
David and Jeanette wanted to create their dream home, with 5 bedrooms, modern comforts, and plenty of space for all the children and grandchildren to visit. But because it's a listed building, all proposed work had to be cleared by the conservation officers from English Heritage. Everything had to be done in keeping with the historic building. Some people find the regulations a hindrance, but for David and Jeanette, the history is the reason they bought the place.
In a way, we'd like to find a few problems. We'd like to find a bit more archaeology. It would be exciting, even if it was a pain.
Kieran first visited Calverton in March 2010, when the restoration work had only just begun.
So it's hard to say how old this building is, but of course we have a pretty good clue above us that 1659 was a moment where this element, this kind of portico entrance, this porch was built. But at a certain point in the 17th century, you start to get people who are interested in making an impression. You need to arrive at the entrance facade and be impressed. From the outside, we know that it's at least partly a 17th century house, but when you start to look at the thickness of these walls, you start to suspect something much more ancient. Normally, you would expect a wall this size to be an external wall. If it is solid masonry, then you would expect it to be the former external wall, perhaps of a much older building.
It's clear the house had been altered and adapted by almost every generation that lived there. For example, the drawing room has Georgian windows and a Tudor fireplace. Strangely, the only really grand room is the servants' hall, which was built on the back, like an extension.
Every time you walk round a corner in this house, you find another thing that poses yet another question. Why did they build this quite large hall? At what point did they need this kind of size of accommodation, which is nearly as big as the rest of the ground floor of the house?
Going by the windows and the details, the servants' hall appears to date from the mid-1600s, the same period as the portico round the front. With such an old building in such a decrepit state, there was lots to do. David and Jeanette had carefully planned the restoration. It was scheduled to take 10 months to complete, and everything had to be done properly. From repairing the original plasterwork in the attics, to exploring hidden passageways and rooms below stairs.
Found the bottom yet, Smudge?
No.
We have found beneath several layers of building work, inside the building but once which was outside, some steps leading down into the ground.
Outside, David and Jeanette wanted to restore an old window that had previously been bricked up. But for building conservationist Alan Walker, it was quite a challenge.
Yeah, it is a very tricky operation. Certainly we need an awful lot of support so that we can retain as much of the original stone facade as possible. We've got probably about 3/4 of a tonne above of stonework, and we can't take out a lintel without supporting it properly so we can get a new lintel in its position. It's always a nerve-wracking job when you're dealing with historic buildings.
They were putting in modern lintels of steel and concrete, bedded into new mortar, but there was a snag.
Little problem there. We might have to take this out.
The scaffolding prop was in the way, so they had to move it.
It's quite fragile, provided, you only notice how fragile it is when you haven't got it supported properly, and then obviously you find out pretty fast.
The only thing holding up the gable end was a few centuries of tradition. 5 months into the restoration, I went to see how they were getting on.
David, Jeanette, how far have you got?
The contractor assures us we're exactly halfway through the contract. 22 weeks into a 44-week contract, more or less exactly today.
Are you aching to move into the house?
I really do want to see it moving on. I really do want to get in.
Can I come and have a look?
Yeah, we'd love showing people around. Come on, let's have a look.
Right. Yes, so you're exactly halfway through, you say?
Yes, it does look a mess, doesn't it,
Well,
at the moment?
It's got a way to go, hasn't it? This room's not much further on, is it? No. But this one's still quite...
You need a great deal of imagination now.
Yeah.
We thought this room was going to be the one that would need least intervention. But it's been like pulling a thread on a jumper. The architect wanted to take the 1970s plasterboard off, and that led then to the stud partition, stud work to be pulled off, and then we found a lot of the plaster came off.
It's like peeling the house back and tracing its history that way. Now we have much more information about the house.
You love this house, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
it's just a very welcoming house, and it's full of interest. We love our history as well, and I love architecture, and I love the idea that people have stood here like this, discussing, the Battle of Waterloo and the Battle of Bosworth and the Battle of Britain. All these conversations have taken place in this very place.
It was clear that this 17th century building was going to take a lot of work. It had once been a very imposing house, but who had owned it? And who was SB? In the local library, Kieran found the answer.
Well, our first step has been to consult a county history of Buckinghamshire. And in this text, we've now found out who the SB was, Mr. Simon Bennett.
And it seems the Bennets weren't always the lords of the manor round here. They bought their way into the landed gentry 2 generations before. Simon Bennett was a successful businessman, and he completely remodelled Calverton, turning it into much of what we see today. He died at the age of 60 and is buried in a local church. The carving on his memorial is actually taken from his death mask. Simon left behind a widow, Grace Bennett, and as David had discovered, she wasn't very popular.
She wasn't at all liked. She'd done some bad things in the village, upset people. And the butcher from Stony Stratford and his apprentice decided she must have some money up here hidden away, so they came up for it. And she insisted there wasn't any, and one thing led to another, and they murdered her in this hall somewhere. They caught the butcher and his apprentice in a wood near Beachhampton, not far from here. They were both hung at Galley Hill, about half a mile away. Their bodies were put in gibbets, hanging on Gib Lane, which was the old lane past the village. And then their skulls were exhibited on our garden wall, where there's a carved gallows, as a warning to other people.
300 years later, this may sound like an unlikely tale, but it's all true. In the archives, Kate found the financial accounts for what was spent on the trial and the execution of Grace Bennett's murderers. Curiously, the whole thing was paid for by the Bennett family.
Grace Bennett was so hated by the people around her, the local people, that there was no sympathy for her. And in fact, no one would give evidence at the trial, it seems, so every witness had to be paid to testify. The Bennett family want a special gallows made for the murderer, where he can be hanged. The bill here for the building of the gallows, 2 guineas, 12, and they also paid for the body to be taken away.
Three centuries later, though, the crime scene was falling to bits, particularly the big stone windows. They date from when the servants' hall was first built in the mid-1600s. The limestone sills and mullions were badly eroded and needed replacing. They are made out of Bath stone, and the skills and tools used for this work haven't changed much in the past 2,000 years.
These were first mined by the Romans a couple of thousand years ago, these mines in Bath. And the actual techniques used by the Romans were very similar to what are used today. The mallet-headed, wooden mallet-headed would have been used by Romans. And some of the metal tools, they're still very similar.
It's a massive, massive thing for me to see my work put into a building and to think that it's going to last for another few hundred years, hopefully. And other people are going to get pleasure from that.
Restoring the stone window frames at Calverton Manor was an expensive business, but it had all been allowed for in the £1 million restoration plan. Back at Big House in Pembrokeshire, Alan was also facing a big bill to replace his windows. They all had to be specially made to fit the building's quirky dimensions.
This is the biggest single purchase here, apart from the house. A dozen windows here, which cost me a lot of money.
They cost £20,000, but getting them installed would make a big difference to the whole restoration.
It's a huge step forward to moving in, and it'll mean that we've got a dry area to work in. They've all had a couple of coats before they got to us, but we just thought we'd put another coat on the outside before they go in and do the inside once they're in.
Each window was double glazed and extremely heavy. Alan recruited helpers to fit them, including his dad.
OK. Yeah. Ready? Oh, look at the heavy end. Yeah, that's it. One window.
Others had been helping too. Alan's mate Nigel Jenkins is a carpenter.
Stud wall coming up here. There's a sort of mezzanine storage space above. 4x2s rattled together. Instead of using nail guns, we use the old-fashioned galvanised nails. They're as cheap as chips and rattle them in.
Even the floorboards were cheap, recovered from the local village hall when that was demolished.
It's nice to see an old building coming back to life. If he's got a bottomless pit of money, it makes a restoration on this sort of building easy. But if you haven't got a pot of money, you've just got to do it and keep thinking about the building, get it right for the building, you know?
With the big, expensive front door and all the windows in place, for the first time in living memory, Big House was beginning to look like a home. But as Kate discovered in the archives, 160 years ago, the community and Big House suffered a devastating blow. And Sir John Owen's family fortune would never recover.
This document here, this newspaper article, was written 50 years later, and still it clearly resonates in the mind, and it's so awful. The details here are just terrible.
The local colliery, Garden Pit, ran underneath the estuary. One afternoon when the tide was coming in, water burst through to the pit shaft without warning.
At least 40 people perished just in a moment when the pit was flooded, and all these miners were carried headlong with a torrent. Only a few escaped.
Water filled the pit so quickly that attempts at rescue proved impossible. To this day, the bodies of the people mining Owens coal on Valentine's Day 1844 have never been recovered. The tragedy blighted the whole riverside, and the Owens colliery, once the most profitable in the county, would never recover.
Once upon a time, this was bustling, this was busy, all you could hear was the clanking of machinery, men going back and forth. It's completely different. The calamity changed the area almost overnight. And it also had a great effect on Big House, because Big House was built on colliery money, on coal money. And so when the colliery went, it's very likely that the fortunes of Big House began to fall as well.
Back at Calverton Manor, David and Jeanette were facing problems of a different kind. 7 months into their restoration and the schedule was slipping. The old building kept throwing up new problems.
Everything here is just totally, well, it's gone, basically. Hardly held up by anything.
There has been 1 or 2 surprises at the last minute. The main beam running through the centre of the house. When the electrician lifted a floorboard, he found the last 3 feet of it just weren't there.
Peter Howard was the restoration's architect.
Well, we've discovered that the end of this major beam has been reduced to dust by worm of some sort or another, and in fact may well have been just on the point of collapsing into the room below.
The woodworm is long gone, so it could have been like this for decades. But that wasn't the only hidden problem that came to light. Conservation engineer Ralph Mills was called in to look at the kitchen fireplace.
Actually, what's happened, of course, is with this being removed from there, it's weakened the whole construction.
This was very serious. The chimney is a supporting structure.
You can see here, the construction there is very, very, weak. This is being planted on to the original masonry. The original masonry.
It seems that the cowboy builder is not just a modern phenomenon.
It is on the point of collapse, really.
In fact, the whole chimney structure was declared unsafe.
Well, obviously it's a load-bearing wall because it goes right upstairs to one of the chimneys as well. I think he's estimated about 50 tonnes above us.
The bottom 2 metres had to be completely rebuilt. When David and Jeanette were planning the restoration, they allowed extra money to cover unforeseen disasters like this. But still, it was a blow.
I'm not depressed by it. We did our homework. We knew it was going to be expensive, but I would just like to get it finished and enjoy it.
The fact is, every week overrun does cost real pound notes.
Outside, things were going better. The stonemasons had finished carving the new window frames. Now it was like a heavyweight jigsaw puzzle to put it back together. The header stone was the last to fit.
It's a privilege to work on a building like this or other buildings we have worked on, because to think of 200-300 years ago that your fellow masons, how they worked. I mean, they wouldn't have had any electric spinners or grinders or kangos or whatever to take the stone out, but they've done everything by hand. You just got to keep persevering, keep taking it in and out until we get it right. And you'd think it'd come out of there, it should go straight back into it, but it never does. It looked nice once it goes in. I know it's all got to be pointed up and that, which will really finish it off, but just to see it go in and stand back and look ahead, and it looks a decent enough job.
As Christmas 2010 approached, it was the weather that was to cause the next delays. It was the second coldest December since monthly records began. Some of the lime mortar and plaster work was damaged by the freezing temperatures.
The face is gone, it's completely gone. So this will all want raking out and completely repointing, 100% all over. So now it needs redoing.
David and Jeanette had once been determined to move in by Christmas. But with the schedule slipping and costs rising, it wasn't to be. To cheer everyone up, they went ahead with a carol concert in the servants' hall.
Are we ready?
Big House, there wasn't much to sing about. Alan had also hoped to move in for Christmas, but a shortage of funds held him back. Money was the problem 150 years previously too. Sir John Owen's fortune was built on coal, but after the mining disaster, he never recovered.
Sir John? He'd lost it all of it up for sale, on the 29th of April 1857 at Garraway's Coffee House in London, and this was selling the entire land shipping estate. Someone could buy it by auction.
Big House, then known as Land Shipping House, was also part of the sale. The property's description reads like a Victorian estate agent's dream.
Beautifully situated, it says here, on the banks of the River Cleddau, opposite Picton Castle, a lovely view, sundry bedrooms, parlour, drawing room. Big House must have been one of the most beautiful and most extensive properties in the whole area.
Sadly, no drawings or plans survive to tell us exactly how Big House looked in its prime. But using all the expert references we can gather, this is how Big House might have looked in its heyday. Inside and outside. But then under new ownership, the building entered a tragic downward spiral over the next 50 years. An Ordnance Survey map from 1907 confirmed Big House was already abandoned and crumbling.
We can see the outline of the house with its two distinctive bows, but now the house is just white. It's not shaded in on the map. And that tells us that by this time it has no roof. On OS maps, if it's just in white, the building has no roof. That means the building's a ruin. So already by 1907, more than 100 years ago, this is a ruin.
A century later, though, a new chapter in Big House's history was being written. I went to see Alan 1 year ago when they had finished 2 rooms, but the big question was, had they finally moved in?
You wanted to be in for Christmas, you weren't in for Christmas. Are you actually living here now?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, well done. That's brilliant. That's fantastic news. And that's it now, you're in for good. You won't be moving out again.
No.
You're in.
Yeah.
Can I have a look?
100%.
Oh, thank you.
From the start, Alan's dream was to wake up every day to those stunning views of the estuary he's known since he was a boy. So, had Alan realised his dream?
This is lovely. Oh,
Again, it's a bit rough and ready, but
bedroom.
we're getting there.
You've got a 4-poster bed.
With curtains.
This room's gorgeous,
Oh, yeah,
isn't
just-
it?
Yeah.
That's what makes it.
So this is where you finally, your dream came true and you sat up in bed and looked out at the river.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we're waiting for a long time.
They'd built a raised seating area to make the most of that spectacular window bay.
It's looking really beautiful. The floor's fantastic.
Well, it took me 2 days with a sander to sand it off. Like Claire spent a couple nights with a big industrial polisher here.
I love your bedroom. I think it's completely beautiful.
But when I started, there was nothing. There was no roof, no floors. There was this was just a big hole full of ivy with some moles around it. It could have fallen down. So maybe if I hadn't bothered, it might have just ended up in a pile of stones on the floor.
But Big House was far from finished. The lounge was sparsely furnished, to say the least, and was still waiting for its final cement floor. But they seemed to have all they needed here too.
Oh, now you've got your fire in. Does that work?
It does work, yeah.
Does it work?
Really,
Yeah.
really well.
It's so quiet.
He's blowing a gale out there now. It's silent in here. And yeah, we've only got no proper ceilings up, no proper floors, just bare walls. It's been an empty shell for 100 years. It's so warm, it's so quiet.
It is amazing, isn't it? The budget for this place, did you start with a...
No, I haven't got a...
You have never had a...
Start off with nothing.
You
That's where
started
most
with
of it left.
nothing.
I'm still got most of it left.
It's nearly 200 years since Sir John Owen's working building by the river was first given expansive views of the Pembroke estuary.
I wonder if John Owen, you know, who built this place, whose house it was, I wonder what he'd make of you living here.
Well, he tried it his way and failed. He tried the high life and the grand life and lived beyond his means. So he had plenty of money to start with, and he ended up with nothing. And I've started off with nothing, so I can't go backwards, can I?
Perhaps it's because of Alan's endless enthusiasm for this restoration that the story of Big House struck a chord with the viewers. Alan was overwhelmed by the response when the programme was first shown 1 year ago.
Well, since the programme out, we've just been amazed. You couldn't get in the lane outside for a month or so afterwards. We had cars, people, boats back and forth. It's been amazing. It's just unbelievable. We just never realised we'd have that kind of response. And it's all been positive.
Since then, Claire has been busy trying to reply to everyone who has got in contact.
So we've had lots of letters from this country and from abroad, and lots of emails, almost on a daily basis. One lady sent us a card, just her name on it, saying that if she was a millionaire, she would have sent us some money, and sent us a lottery ticket, which was really nice. We had 2 coat hooks sent to us with King and Queen on. So, there you go. Checked the lottery ticket, it wasn't a winning ticket. But never mind, it was the thought that counts. So to go and buy another one this weekend.
But how far have they managed to get with their restoration, 1 year on? We'll be back later to visit. David and Jeanette finally got into Calverton Manor 6 months later than planned.
Hello! Hi! Hello! It's looking really,
I know.
really,
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
wonderful. Well done!
Pretty.
You've done it. You've done it.
I know. It's been a long, long haul, but we're so pleased with it. And with the sun on it.
It's smiling.
The honey colours come out, hasn't it?
Beautiful.
It should be the happiest it's been since, what, 1659, when it was last given a real makeover.
I think your initials should be above the door and not Simon Bennett's though.
We've rather sneakily put our initials around the back on a chimney.
Yes.
We'll show you later.
Hidden them around the back.
We thought we might have earned our spurs enough.
Can I go and have a look?
You
Can I go and see what's occurred?
Let's go and have a look.
It's looking good.
We were the first to see the house finished. David and Jeanette had only got the keys back from the builders that day and hadn't even moved in yet. When they started, this room had been split in 2 since the Georgian era. But more worrying was the load-bearing beam that had been eaten away by woodworm. Now, the original hall had been reopened.
This is unrecognisable.
It is amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
Completely different. And this is a beautiful fireplace.
It is, yes. And now it's in proportion to the room.
Yes.
When I was here last time, the drawing room showed the size of the task ahead.
I remember this room.
Well, look. We have a floor.
Okay, I'm going to come clean now and tell you that when I left here last time, I said to the crew, they're never going to do it.
But the part of the house that was most at risk was in the old kitchen, where midway through the build, it was discovered that the fireplace was seriously compromised and 50 tons of Calverton Manor could come tumbling down at any moment.
And this
This is a transformation, isn't it?
Yeah. This is not the same room.
Well, it's one of those, what you call a close shave, right?
Yeah.
And you lie awake in bed the next day or the next week and think, God, supposing, it had happened that night. The bloke had taken the plaster off, going home early, and just that night, the whole lot of it, and it would have pulled down with it the entire north end of the building, all the floors and everything would have come down.
Having narrowly avoided disaster, and with their huge list of discoveries, the final restoration bill for Calverton Manor was £1.2 million.
I'd give this message that if you're embarking on a restoration project of this sort, you can't do it on a cheap, you can't do it quick, you can't cut corners, and you need
don't
to
make any money.
Oh, and you can't make any money.
It was a long and expensive journey, but the restoration of Calverton Manor was finally complete. It had taken longer than they'd hoped, but now, 1 year on, David and Jeanette have moved in, and the house is once again a home.
It is a joy to be here. It really is a joy. The room we find we spend most time in is this one, which is the original living hall of the original 15th century building. So it is like, it turns out to be a really excellent space. It's big enough to have a dining table in and settees and a nice fire and room to watch TV, and it's right in the middle of the house.
Upstairs there are now 3 bathrooms, and 6 bedrooms.
Some of the bedrooms are absolutely fantastic, and ours is lovely. We have a lovely view down the farmyard and over the knot garden and so on, and the church.
It's warm and comfortable, and I think we're learning to live in it and use all the rooms, and it's great. The boot room, which is sort of our back door, we kept the old stone sink, and that's fantastic. If Betsy comes in with dirty feet, I can just put her in the sink and run the tap, clean her off.
There is one room that David is most pleased with.
The servants' hall, which was really the big room that I remember in the beginning of all the filming we said this was the one room that really made this house so interesting for us. That now's got underfloor heating and has been beautifully restored and is a great place for gatherings.
When the story of their restoration was first shown, it generated huge interest, and they still receive many letters and emails of support.
One of the consequences of the programme was to get some extraordinary messages, literally from all over the world. Some were just appreciative of, you know, ordinary folk like us trying to save an old house, and a lovely lady from North London even sent us a cheque for £50. I said, I know it's a straw in the wind, she said, but you know, I'd like to just say, I think what you're doing is good. That was lovely.
The programme also brought to light some new history to the house, stories from the Second World War. After it was shown, the family of one of the previous owners paid a visit.
I remembered people, Canadians, being billeted in the attic, and which was interesting for us, and we passed on that information to the local historian.
It's thought the Canadian soldiers were guarding a military installation nearby. David Muston runs the local historical society. He confirmed the link between Calverton and the war effort.
One of the things that came up is that quite close to here, in one of the nearest fields, in fact, was a radio transmitting station which was attached to Wadden Hall and then Bletchley Park, where a lot of the radio transmissions to our secret agents in the Low Countries actually took place.
Where this piece of concrete is, this area here, this is where the radio station was. It went from here right across there. This is the generator station for the electric for the station here. There's a big engine in this room, yeah, for all electrics.
There would have been tall radio masts in the field too, and David's found evidence of these in the field near the manor.
When we last walked along here, we did find these some evidence of what we assume to be guy ropes or guy wires, which actually held the masts up.
There's one there.
and another one there.
For David and Jeanette, unlocking secrets like these has been one of the highlights of the restoration.
To find history from just before we were born, you know, Second World War history, right on our doorstep, it really makes this point that this is as much about all of the ages of humankind and all of our nation's history as it is about a particular frozen moment.
It was really interesting as the house was being unpicked and the history of it was being revealed. And now it's a home, which we're enjoying.
David and Jeanette are now settled into their finished restoration. 1 year on, Kieran's gone down to Big House to see Alan and Claire. They didn't have the same budget for their restoration and in fact have had to do most of their work themselves. The house was a ruin when they started, so how have they got on?
Well, what a transformation. I never thought I'd see this building with both its fronts on, but now it's sort of complete. It's just all breeze blocks and no windows and still a bit rough around the edges, but it's more or less all there.
Morning. Nice to see you again.
Hi, Alan. How are things?
All right.
Good to
thanks.
see you.
Oh,
Hi.
nice to see you again.
Claire. You well?
Yep, you?
Really well. And how's it all going?
Well, bit of a change as you left.
It's amazing.
Not finished, but we've done a bit.
I mean, it isn't finished, is it?
It's certainly not finished, but Alan has done a lot of work on the rest of the building. With his friend John Colnett, they have managed to secure the front of Big House by building up the second bay.
It was a lot of work, but we got there in the end, just kept at it. I think it looked worse than what it was, really. It's a dream for some people, and he's got it, he's got the place here, just carry on and take his time slowly, he'll do it then.
The restoration of any historic home is always going to take a lot of time and money. But Big House is now on its way to being saved.
Wow, we're in a dry, roofed place. This is quite a change.
It's a structure, no windows on it, but it's a structure now.
Yeah, we were here together when this was nearly
falling
falling down. And all of this steel, tell me what's stopping it falling down now. You've put a load of work in here, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's not immediately obvious.
Yeah, all the steel, well, you've got 12 pieces of steel in here, 12 I-beams going back into the wall, and I've actually welded pieces on the back of the steel and built them into the wall, so they're actually tied into the wall. They're not just sitting in there.
So it's basically keeping the building from falling apart.
Yeah, it won't fall apart now, it'll just fall over.
yeah. And how many bedrooms will there be in this?
There's 6 bedrooms this wing, 3 on each floor.
Right.
3 in this one and the 3 on the top one as well.
With the second bay now dry and stable, they're hoping that Big House can soon start to pay for its own restoration.
Our plans are to do bed and breakfast. Once we've got a little bit more money, we would like to, even if we start off with a couple of bedrooms, it'll then give us the income to carry on restoring the rest of the house.
Work has been quiet, so the money isn't about. So hopefully I'll get a few people in there with a couple of B&Bs. That then will help fund the rest of the restoration then. That's the master plan anyway.
This restoration has always been short of funds, but never of enthusiasm. Alan and Claire still have a long way to go, but they're enjoying what they've achieved so far and are living in the 2 rooms in the other wing.
Isn't it cosy in here?
It is, isn't it?
It's really nice, it's really warm, it doesn't feel like a building site anymore, really. You're still camping here a bit.
It's not everybody's idea of luxury, but it's home. We've got everything we need here, it's warm.
Tell me a bit about the response you had from the building being on Restoration Home. I mean, you've had a lot of people get in contact.
Oh, it's been amazing. We're still shell-shocked.
Yeah.
We've been given sticky toffee puddings.
We've got to send sticky toffee pudding.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
We've got offers of 4-poster beds.
And it's a kind of sense of people supporting what you're trying to do. Is that how it felt?
Absolutely, and that everybody's been so positive. They've said that they can relate to us because we're
just ordinary people trying to attempt the nearly impossible with next to nothing.
yeah. And pulling it off.
Well, we're getting there slowly.
I mean, one of the things I love about this place, that really is the atmosphere of it for me, are these incredible walls. You know, rubble stone, kind of repaired, you know, not particularly regular, but really characterful. What are you going to do about these walls?
Well, I was hoping to insulate the inside of the external walls, but every week is telling me to leave them. We've had emails and letters, and everyone says, oh, please leave them, don't touch them.
Because it's still got a bit of that atmosphere of living in the ruin.
Yes.
I mean, living in the building as you knew it before you made it into a home.
We do what we can when we can, and we're enjoying doing it, so, yeah. We'll get this at the end one day.
Yeah. But meanwhile, you have...
And we've got that lovely view, haven't we?
Yeah.
But it's a restoration, it's not a race.
Yeah, right. That's a very good way of putting it. More than a year ago, I stood about here, looking at the ruin of Big House and being very grateful that I wasn't working on the restoration of this building. But now you can see that the determination of Alan and Claire to pull it off has brought the house back to something like its original glory. Both bay fronts are there for the first time in a century, looking out on this incredible landscape and this beautiful estuary. They've been spurred on by well-wishers from all over the world, but it's them that have got them this far. It's not finished yet, but if there's one man who can get this job done, it's Alan.